What Harold found, prologue, the night it should have ended. The rain had started just after dusk, a thin gray veil drifting over the quiet town of Rockford Hollow. On nights like this, when the mist settled low and street lamps dissolved into halos of amber light, the town felt smaller, compressed beneath the weight of something long forgotten, or perhaps deliberately buried. Angela Meadows didn't care about any of that. She hurried across the parking lot of the Lantern Pub, her coat clutched around her shoulders, the cold seeping through the thin fabric. Her breath came out in small, white bursts as she fumbled with her keys. A moment ago, she had been laughing, loud, reckless, the kind of laughter that only comes from 24-year-olds who believe danger is something that happens to other people. But now, she was alone, and the laughter felt like it belonged to someone else. Her car beeped as she unlocked it, headlights blinking once. She checked over her shoulder. The pub door swung open behind her, spilling a square of warm gold onto the wet pavement. A cluster of patrons tumbled out, 2 men arguing about football scores, a woman lighting a cigarette, the bartender wiping his hands on a rag. None of them noticed Angela, but someone else did. She turned at the sound, soft, deliberate. "Hello?" she called, voice trembling with a mix of irritation and fear. "Is someone there?" No answer, just the rain. She shook her head. Paranoia. That's all it was. She'd had 1 drink too many, and the bartender's stories about the old Rockford cases had wormed into her imagination. She stepped closer to her car, opened the door, and sat down with a sigh. The moment she closed the door, the world dimmed. The rain pattered harder. Her breath fogged the glass. She placed her hands on the steering wheel. That was when she felt it, a shift in the back seat. A breath behind her, a presence. Her eyes widened. Angela turned, slowly, dread curling tightly inside her chest. She opened her mouth to scream. Everything went dark. 30 years later. The same rain fell on Rockford Hollow 3 decades later, though the town had changed. New shops, new faces. But the past had a way of bleeding through weathered bricks and faded memories. Tonight, the old library looked abandoned, its tall windows streaked with water, its stone facade cracked by time. But inside, a single light glowed in the archives room, dim, flickering. Harold Finch sat hunched over a stack of files, his thin frame wrapped in a cardigan several sizes too large. The cardigan smelled faintly of old paper and peppermint, whose spectacles slid down his nose as he reached again for the file marked, Meadows, Angela, 1994, homicide, unsolved. Harold wasn't supposed to have this file. Not officially, not legally. But the Rockford Library had secrets of its own, and Harold had learned how to coax them out over the years. He opened the folder with trembling fingers. Angela's photograph stared up at him, bright-eyed, hopeful, frozen forever at 24, a life stolen in a single night. And a case the police had quietly locked away, buried beneath insufficient evidence and lost reports. It was bullshit, all of it. Harold knew it. He had always known. He scanned the timeline again. Witness statements, officer summaries, autopsy photos, everything carefully arranged to look competent, but hollow. Something was missing, or someone. A chill spidered across his spine. A shadow moved between the shelves behind him. Just a flicker. Just enough to stir old instincts. "Linda?" Harold called softly. "Is that you?" No answer. Just the tapping of rain. He rose slowly, joints popping as he straightened. His knees ached, but his mind sharpened. Something wasn't right. He took a step forward, hesitant, cautious. Another shadow, this one closer. "Who's there?" he whispered. Still nothing. His heart hammered. He clutched the file against his chest. And then, a voice drifted through the darkness.
"Harold Finch, still digging where you shouldn't." He froze. The silhouette emerged from the aisle. Slim, black coat, umbrella dripping rainwater onto the floor. Mallory Reed. He hadn't seen her in years. Not since she stormed out of the library, furious at the town, the police, the entire broken system. She had sworn never to return. And wet here she was.
Harold felt the past shift under his feet. "What are you doing here?" he whispered. Mallory stepped forward, her eyes dark and determined. "I know what you found," she said. "I know why you've been coming back to this case. And I know who killed Angela Meadows." His breath caught. "How?" he stammered. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small flash drive, black, unmarked, heavy with meaning. "Because," she said softly, "I have the evidence the police lost." Harold stared, pulse racing. Mallory leaned in, her voice barely above a whisper. "And the chief will kill to keep it buried." The library went dark. Chapter 1. Lights buzzed weakly as they flickered back to life, bathing the library's archive room in a pale, sickly glow. The sudden brightness stung Harold's eyes, forcing him to blink rapidly as the shadows retreated across the stacks. Mallory stood opposite him, motionless, the flash drive still clasped in her hand like a weapon. For a handful of seconds, neither of them spoke. The storm outside hammered the windows with renewed ferocity, a relentless drumming that blended with Harold's quickening heartbeat. He forced a breath into his lungs.
"You need to tell me exactly what the hell that is," he said, nodding toward the flash drive. Mallory exhaled slowly, brushing wet strands of hair from her face. "It's what you've been looking for, Harold. What this town should have seen decades ago." Harold swallowed. "No. Evidence?" "More than that," she whispered. "It's the piece they forgot to burn." He blinked. "They?" he echoed. Mallory's gaze hardened. "You know damn well who I'm talking about." Harold felt his stomach twist. He did know the police department, the chief, the smiling face on every charity photo and community award ceremony, the man who insisted he kept Rockford Hollow safe. Bullshit.
The chief kept Rockford Hollow quiet. There was a difference. Mallory stepped closer, lowering her voice. "This can't stay here. If he finds out we have it..." "He?" Harold interrupted, though he already knew. "The chief," Mallory hissed. "Who else?" Harold's breath trembled. Chief Lawson. The man who had dismissed him time and time again, who'd called him a meddling old crow for revisiting cold cases. The man who'd ordered him barred from the police archives 2 years ago, when he got too close. "Shit." "Mallory," Harold whispered. "You're telling me the chief himself is?" The library door creaked. Not much, just a subtle shift of hinges, but enough to freeze both of them. Mallory's eyes widened. "Harold," she mouthed silently. He pointed to the desk. She nodded. Together, they stepped softly toward the shadowed aisle between shelves. Harold held his breath, listening. Nothing. Maybe it was the wind. Then, footsteps, slow, deliberate, a heavy tread on old wooden boards. Harold's pulse slammed in his chest. Mallory's hand tightened into her fist. "We have to move," she whispered. "Now." Harold took a single step, then froze again. A silhouette shifted at the far end of the room, just beyond the line of sight. The figure paused, head angling slightly as though listening. Then, Finch. The voice was familiar, deep, authoritative, controlled. Officer Hugh Graham. Harold's blood ran cold. Mallory mouthed, "Shit." Graham was loyal to the chief, one of his good boys, and if Graham was here this late in this weather, he wasn't here to check on the building. "Harold Finch," Graham called again. "You're not supposed to be in this section after hours. You know that." Harold forced his feet to move. He stepped out from behind the shelf, keeping the box of Angela Meadows' files behind his leg.
"Evening, Hugh," Harold said. "Didn't expect to see you out on a night like this." Graham emerged from the gloom, broad-shouldered, rain dripping off his reflective jacket. His eyes scanned the room with unsettling precision. "I could say the same," he replied, "but here we are." Mallory stepped out slowly, the flash drive tucked discreetly into her sleeve. Graham's eyes flicked toward her. "You again," he said flatly. "Didn't you leave this town for good?" Mallory offered a thin smile. "Miss me?" He didn't smile back. Harold saw Graham's jaw tighten, a small tic he'd developed over years of lying or holding back information. Harold's gut twisted. He knows something's off. He knows we're hiding something. Graham took one more step forward. "Library's closed. You both need to head home." Harold opened his mouth, but Mallory beat him to it. "We're doing research," she said. "Public right of access." "This part of the library isn't public," Graham said. "It is if you know where to look." Graham's eyes narrowed. "Watch your tone." Mallory took a single step closer. "You don't get to tell me what tone to take." Harold saw the danger instantly. "Mallory, what are you doing?" Graham shifted slightly, a subtle readiness in his stance. "Listen," Harold said quickly, trying to diffuse. "We'll go, no problem." Graham didn't answer. Instead, his gaze dropped to the corner of the table behind Harold, to the folder. Angela Meadows, bold black handwriting. Shit. Harold moved instinctively to block Graham's line of sight, but the officer's face had already darkened. "What are you doing with that file?" Graham asked quietly. Harold swallowed. "Just reading. For the archive project." Graham's voice was barely a whisper. "You're not supposed to have it." Mallory stepped forward. "Why not?" she asked, voice razor sharp. "Something in there you don't want seen." Graham's shoulders stiffened. "I'm warning you." Harold could feel it now, the tension coiling like a spring, ready to snap. Mallory pushed again. "Does the chief know you're here, Hugh?" she asked. "Or are you doing this little errand on your own?" Graham's nostrils flared. "You need to leave, both of you, and you leave that file." "No," Harold said quietly, surprising even himself. Graham turned sharply to him. "What?" "I said no." Harold repeated. "This is evidence. I'm not letting it go." Graham stared at him for a long moment. Then he took one heavy step forward. "You're interfering with an active investigation." Mallory scoffed. "Active? The case was closed 30 fucking years ago." Graham's face hardened. "Some things should stay closed." Harold felt a chill shoot up his spine.
There it was, the sentence that told him everything he needed to know. Graham wasn't here to escort them out. He was here to make sure something stayed buried, permanently. Harold took a slow breath.
"Hugh," he said quietly, "we're not leaving without the file." Graham's hand moved instinctively to his belt, not to draw his weapon, but hovering near it, a quiet threat. The room fell silent. Thunder rumbled outside, vibrating through the walls. Mallory's fingers twitched toward her pocket. Harold saw it. The flash drive. Graham saw it too. "What's that?" he demanded. Mallory slipped her hand away casually. "Nothing. Hand cream." Graham took another step. Harold took a step forward too, blocking his path. "Back off, you." Graham's eyes widened, just slightly, astonished at the defiance. "Harold," he said slowly, "you're making a mistake." Mallory's voice cut like a knife. "No, you and the chief did that years ago." For a moment, for a single harrowing second, Harold thought Graham was going to lunge. But the door at the far end of the library slammed open with a violent crash. All three of them whipped around. A voice bellowed through the dark hallway. "Graham!" The tone was unmistakable, deep, authoritative, furious. "Chief Lawson." Harold's stomach plummeted. Mallory whispered one word, barely audible. "Run." But Lawson's silhouette already filled the doorway, blocking their only exit, his posture coiled with barely contained rage. And Harold Finch understood, in that moment, that tonight was the night the lies began to crack. The night the chief's quiet empire began to fracture. The night the truth came for him. And the night Harold finally found something worth being afraid of. Chapter 2. Chief Lawson stood framed in the doorway, rainwater dripping from the brim of his hat, his silhouette a slab of authority carved from shadow. The storm roared behind him, casting flickering veins of lightning across his broad shoulders. His presence sucked the air from the room. Harold froze. Mallory stiffened beside him. Graham swallowed hard, his earlier bravado collapsing into something tight and brittle. "Chief," Graham said, his voice cracking. Quiet." Lawson's voice hit the room like a hammer, cold, flat, absolute. He stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind him with a heavy thud. Mallory's eyes flickered to Harold. He could practically feel her pulse racing next to him.
Lawson's gaze moved slowly, methodically across the room, first to Graham, then to Mallory, and finally to Harold. When his eyes landed on the Angela Meadows file on the table, something sharp and deadly glinted across his features.
"What?" Lawson asked. "Do you think you're doing?" Harold felt his throat tighten. He refused to step back. We're researching. Lawson tilted his head. A closed case, he said. One that does not concern librarians or former residents. Mallory folded her arms. Funny, you didn't seem to care about the case when the killer walked free. Graham shot her a warning look. Mallory, shut up, she snapped. I'm not afraid of you. Or him. Lawson didn't flinch. He simply smiled, a slow, practiced smile that never reached his eyes.
It was the smile of a man who had been lying so long it had become his second nature.
You two went poking into something very old, Lawson said softly, very fragile, and very, very dangerous. Harold swallowed hard. Truth doesn't break so easily. Lawson stepped closer, boots thudding heavily on the wooden floor. Oh, Harold, he murmured. You always were naive. Graham shifted uncomfortably. Chief, I didn't know they'd be here. I said quiet. Lawson's voice cracked like a whip. Mallory bristled. We're not leaving without the file. Lawson's eyes narrowed. What file? Mallory's chin rose a fraction. She wasn't acting down. Graham's gaze darted toward her sleeve. He knew. And Lawson saw the glance.
The chief moved faster than expected for a man his size. His hand shot out, gripping Graham's shoulder with crushing force. You look nervous, Hugh, Lawson said, voice silk over steel. Something you want to share? Graham's face flushed. No, sir. Mallory stepped between them before she could stop herself. We know, Lawson. His gaze snapped to her. You know what? That Angela Meadows didn't die the way the report says, Mallory said. That the case was shut down before anyone followed the real evidence, and that you had a hand in it. For the first time, a crack appeared in Lawson's expression. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. Barely visible, but it was enough. Harold felt it. The truth hit the air like static. Lawson wasn't surprised. He was angry. He took a slow breath, the kind people only take when deciding how far they're willing to go to make a problem disappear.
You two have absolutely no idea, Lawson whispered, how deep this goes. Mallory didn't blink. Try us. Lawson studied her for a long beat. Then he turned, deliberate, unhurried, and locked the library door. Harold felt his stomach drop. Oh shit. Lawson faced them again, his voice a rumble. No one leaves until you hand over whatever you took from my station. Harold's mind raced. He means the flash drive. He knows. Mallory slid it deeper into her sleeve. Harold subtly shifted to block Lawson's view. The chief stepped closer, one heavy boot at a time, his shadow swallowing theirs. Graham raised a hand as if unsure whether to intervene or run. Chief, maybe we should calm down and— You brought them here, Lawson said without turning. You failed. Now you'll stand still and keep your mouth shut. Graham recoiled like he'd been slapped. Mallory leaned close to Harold and whispered, barely audible.
We need to get out, now. Harold's mind snapped into focus. He scanned the room. 2 exits, the locked front door behind Lawson, the maintenance door at the back of the archives, half hidden behind a row of shelves. If they moved quickly. But Lawson followed Harold's glance. A slow grin curved across his lips. Oh, Harold, he murmured. Don't even think about it. He reached for his radio. Harold reacted before his brain caught up.
No, he lunged toward the table, grabbed the stack of books, and shoved them to the floor with explosive force. The chaos gave Mallory her opening. She sprinted toward the back aisle. Stop, Lawson roared. He lunged. Graham flinched away. Harold stepped into Lawson's path, blocking him with his whole body. It felt like trying to stop a bull. Lawson's hands clamped onto Harold's shoulders, and the older man's knees buckled under the force. Harold gritted his teeth as pain shot through him. Not yet. Not now. Don't let him get her. Mallory reached the back of the room, grabbed the maintenance door handle. It stuck. Fuck, she hissed, yanking again. Lawson shoved Harold aside. Harold hit the shelves, sending papers and folders spilling everywhere. Mallory pulled the handle a third time. The metal shrieked. Then the door burst open. Cold air flooded the room. Mallory, Harold shouted. She looked back, eyes blazing, flash drive in hand. Run, she yelled. Harold won! Lawson barreled toward them like a charging storm. Harold staggered to his feet, but Graham moved first. No, Chief, wait! Lawson slammed him aside with a single blow. Graham crashed into a shelf, collapsing onto the ground, dazed. Harold sprinted toward the maintenance door. Lawson was right behind him. Mallory grabbed Harold's arm and pulled him through. They slammed the door shut. Lawson hit it from the other side with a furious bellow. "Finch, open this damn door!" Mallory locked the latch with shaking hands. The hallway beyond was dark, narrow, and smelled of dust and wet concrete. Harold gasped for breath. "Mallory, what the hell did you just get us into?" Mallory didn't look at him. She stared down at the flash drive in her trembling hand. Her voice cracked. "Something the chief is willing to kill for." Harold felt the truth drop into his butt like a stone.
Whatever was on that flash drive wasn't just evidence. It wasn't just a file. It wasn't even just a corruption scandal. It was a secret. A secret the most powerful man in town had spent 30 years burying. And now Harold and Mallory had it. "Finch! Reed! You open this door!" Mallory turned, eyes blazing. "We need to run," she whispered. "Right now." Harold nodded, breath shaking. There was no turning back now. Together, they ran into the darkness. Chapter 3. The maintenance corridor stretched before them like a throat of concrete. Narrow, dim, claustrophobic. The only light came from a single dying bulb overhead, buzzing faintly as it swung on its wire. Each buzz felt louder than the last. Each flicker felt like the chief's breath on the back of their necks. Mallory yanked Harold forward. "Come on, old man," she whispered. "Move." Harold didn't have the breath to argue. His chest burned and his knees screamed with every step, but adrenaline shoved him on. Behind them, the door shuddered violently as Lawson slammed it again. "Finch," the chief's voice bled through the metal. "Open this door before I take it off its hinges." Mallory muttered under her breath. "Yeah, go fuck yourself." Harold shot her a wide-eyed look. She shrugged. "What?" she hissed. "You think he's not trying to kill us?" He didn't disagree. The corridor curved left, past a stack of old waterlogged boxes and rusted mops. The air smelled of mildew and forgotten things. A decade-old pipe rattled overhead, spitting droplets of cold water onto the floor. Harold wiped his glasses with shaking fingers. "Focus, Harold. Just focus." "Where does this lead?" he managed. Mallory didn't slow. "Out the back. Loading yard." Harold winced. "That's fenced." "Not a problem," Mallory said. "I know a gap." Of course she did. Mallory Reed was the kind of person who found cracks in every system, legal, structural, or moral. They turned another bend. Far behind them, Lawson's voice had quietened, but his absence was more terrifying than his rage. Harold swallowed. "He's calling backup." Mallory nodded grimly. "Yup, maybe 3 units. Make it 5. Graham won't be the only one." Harold flinched at the memory of Graham hitting the shelf, the dull thud of bone against wood. "Is he even conscious?" Mallory grabbed his arm. "Harold, look at me." He did. Her voice softened. "Just a fraction. We can feel bad about Graham later. Right now, we need to stay alive." He nodded weakly. They reached the end of the hall. A rusty metal door stood before them, paint peeling in thick flakes. Mallory jiggled the handle. Jammed. "Hold on," she said. She stepped back and kicked it. Nothing. She kicked again. "Fuck." She kicked once more. The latch snapped. The door creaked open to reveal a blast of cold night air. The loading yard was an expanse of cracked concrete and abandoned crates, bathed in rain and moonlight. The library loomed behind them, its windows glowing faintly, like the eyes of something aware. Harold shivered. Mallory pointed toward a patch of sagging fence in the corner. "That's our way out." Harold limped forward, adrenaline ebbing and pain replacing it. But then, a sharp crack behind them. Not thunder, a gunshot. "Down," Mallory screamed. Harold dropped instinctively. The bullet punched into the door frame behind him, splintering wood. Mallory grabbed his collar and pulled him behind a stack of crates. Harold's breath was ragged. His ears rang. "He fired at us. He really fired at us." Mallory crouched beside him, chest heaving. "That wasn't a warning shot." "No shit," Harold gasped. They peeked around the crate. A shadow moved in the corridor doorway. Wide shoulders, raincoat, unmistakable stance. Lawson. And he wasn't alone this time. Flashlights bobbed behind him. Mallory hissed. Backup's already here. Harold's throat tightened. How? It's been minutes. Mallory tapped her temple. He's the chief. He doesn't call backup. They follow him. Lawson's voice cut through the rain like a blade. Finch, Reed, this is your one chance to walk out alive. Give me the drive. Mallory whispered, I vote no. Harold managed a faint hysterical laugh. Lawson continued, You're obstructing justice, interfering with evidence, trespassing, theft of police property. Oh, fuck off, Mallory shouted back. Lights swung in their direction. Move, Mallory hissed. They scrambled to the next set of crates, slipping on wet concrete. Rain slapped Harold's face, soaking his clothes. His teeth chattered. Mallory slid beside him. Fence, now. They sprinted toward the broken section of metal. Flashlights streaked after them. Shadows lunged from behind the crates. A cop shouted, There, by the fence! Mallory reached the sagging section first. She shoved her shoulder against it. Metal shrieked as it bent outward. Go, she shouted. Harold squeezed through the gap. Pain tore across his ribs as rust scraped him raw. He stumbled onto the wet grass outside, feet slipping, knees buckling. Mallory crawled through after him, and then a hand clamped around her ankle. Mallory screamed. Harold spun around. Officer Graham. He was on his knees inside the fence, face bleeding from the earlier fall, eyes wild. Give me the drive, Graham snarled. Give it to me, Mallory. Mallory kicked wildly, heel catching him in the jaw. Graham recoiled. Harold grabbed Mallory's arm and hauled her through. Together they stumbled back as Graham lunged at the fence, gripping the chain links like a trapped animal. You don't know what you're doing, he roared. Mallory spat rainwater. Neither do you. Lawson's voice cut through the storm again. Finch, Reed, stop. But they were already running. Harold's legs were screaming, lungs burning, shoes slipping on the muddy grass. Mallory guided him with one hand on his shoulder. We need cover, she shouted. Anywhere. Diner, Harold gasped. 2 blocks over. Mallory nodded. Go. They ran through the scrub field behind the library, their silhouettes swallowed by rain and darkness. Behind them, flashlights tore across the yard. Voices shouted, metal clanged. Harold tripped, nearly falling face first into the mud. Mallory pulled him up. Harold, hey, stay with me. He nodded weakly. The town never felt so hostile, so small, so full of eyes. Every street lamp flickered like it might expose them. Every shadow felt like a hand ready to seize. Harold's chest burned. Mallory gripped his sleeve tighter. Just a bit further, she said. They reached the diner, just as Harold's vision blurred at the edges. Its neon sign flickered. Marcy's Late Night Eats. Blue, pink, blue, pink. Mallory pushed the door open. The familiar jingle chimed overhead. Warmth, coffee, grease, a haven. Harold stumbled into a booth, collapsing against the vinyl seat. Mallory locked the diner door behind them. The lone waitress, a tired woman in her 50s, looked up from her counter. You two need something? Mallory nodded. Coffee, too, and... Do you have a back exit? The woman blinked. Bad night? Mallory forced a smile that didn't reach her eyes. The worst. The waitress poured 2 steaming mugs. Harold's hands shook so badly he needed both just to lift one. Mallory slid into the seat across from him, drenched and gasping. They sat in silence for a long moment. Only the rain and the distant thunder spoke. Finally, Harold found his voice. Mallory, what did you put in my life tonight? She met his gaze, eyes full of fury, fear, and something else, resolve. She placed the flash drive on the table between them. The metal glinted under the fluorescent light. The truth, she said. Harold stared at it. Mallory took a deep breath. And Harold, what's on this thing? She paused. It's bad, really bad. And if the chief went after us this hard? Her voice softened to a whisper. He's not afraid of a murderer being exposed. He's afraid of what comes with it. Harold's fingers curled slowly around the mug. What comes with it? Mallory leaned forward. This isn't just about Angela Meadows. Harold's breath caught. Mallory continued, it's about who else the chief protected. Harold swallowed. And who helped him do it? She dropped the final blow. And Harold, one of those people, is still in office. Chapter 4. The diner felt too bright, too exposed. Every fluorescent hum felt like a threat. Every clink of cutlery sounded like a countdown. The windows fogged from the sudden heat of their soaked bodies. blurring the outside world into smeared streaks of neon and rain. But Harold still felt watched, felt eyes pressing in from the darkness, looking for him through the storm. Mallory cupped her mug between trembling hands. Her knuckles were pale, scraped where she'd kicked Graham. Harold noticed the cuts and winced.
"We need to dry your hands," he murmured. Mallory shook her head. "I need you to listen." She pushed the flash drive into the middle of the table again. Its metal casing reflected the diner's flickering lights like a shard of something dangerous. Harold didn't touch it.
To him, the thing felt radioactive. "What's on it?" he asked. Mallory swallowed. Proof of who killed Angela Meadows, and the lengths the chief went to bury it. Harold's heart thudded. He leaned in.
"Tell me." Mallory glanced toward the counter. The waitress was busy topping up the salt shakers, humming off-key, oblivious to the storm brewing right behind her. Mallory's voice dropped to a whisper. "The chief didn't cover up the murder because he was involved." She paused. "He covered it because someone else was. Someone higher." Harold blinked. "Higher than the chief?" Mallory nodded. "Back then, he wasn't chief yet. He was a young officer trying to rise through the ranks. Someone offered him a deal, and he took it." Harold's throat tightened. "Who?" Mallory inhaled sharply, not with fear, but with the weight of a truth she'd carried for too long. "A counselor. Someone who would eventually run for mayor. Someone who had a son, who couldn't keep his hands off young women." Harold froze.
Suddenly, ghosts from the 90s circled him. Names half-remembered, whispers he'd ignored, stories that were dismissed as rumors by the very people meant to protect the truth. "Mallory," he breathed, "are you saying Angela was killed by—" "Yes," Mallory said, "by his son, and the counselor forced the department to bury it." Harold felt sick. Rain hammered harder outside. Mallory continued, her eyes burning. "The son assaulted at least 3 girls. Angela was the first to report it. The counselor panicked. Lawson covered it up to protect his own career. They staged the scene to look like a mugging gone wrong." Harold's hand shook. "A dead girl. A guilty man. A corrupt deal. And a police chief crowned on the bones of truth." "And the mayor?" Harold whispered. "Is he still?" "Alive," Mallory said. "And still in office. Different town, same game." Harold stared at her. "How do you know all this?" Mallory hesitated, just long enough to reveal the truth lived deep inside her.
"Because Angela was my sister." Harold's breath stopped. His mug slipped from his fingers and clattered to the table. Mallory looked away, jaw tight, eyes glossy with old fury. "She was my big sister," she whispered. "I was 12. I remember the night they told us she'd been found, in an accident." Her lip curled. "I remember the chief standing in our doorway, telling my mother he was so sorry." Her hands shook violently. "And then I remember hearing my mother cry for 5 straight years." Harold closed his eyes, overwhelmed. Everything made sense now. The fire behind Mallory's defiance, her recklessness, her rage at Lawson, her return to this cursed town. "Mallory, I didn't know." "You weren't supposed to," she said. "They buried everything. They hoped we'd all just move on. But when I got older, I started digging and digging." Her eyes hardened, and what I found was enough to destroy them. Harold leaned closer, the weight of her words pressing on him like a physical force. "But why now?" he whispered. "Why bring this to me?" Mallory sighed. "Because, Harold." She reached into her coat again and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. Folded over 100 times, edges worn soft. She flattened it on the table. It was an old newspaper clipping. Harold recognized the face immediately. Angela Meadows, smiling, alive, forever frozen in time. Mallory tapped the corner of the article. "This," she said, "is the version the town saw." She slid another sheet out, yellowed, faded, stamped with a police seal. "This," she whispered, "is the version they tried to destroy." Harold scanned it. His stomach knotted. 3 witness statements missing. 1 medical note altered. Time of discovery changed. Names redacted, except one, half scratched out. Officer L. His breath caught. "Lawson," Harold said. Mallory nodded. "And the drive contains the audio of that night. Not from body cams. Those didn't exist yet. From a dispatch line the department thought they erased. She sat back. But someone kept a copy. Harold stared at the drive. And let me guess, he said slowly. You stole it. Mallory shook her head. No, someone gave it to me. Harold frowned. Who? Mallory hesitated. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely a whisper. A cop who wasn't supposed to have it. Someone who tried to expose Lawson 20 years ago and was forced into early retirement. Harold blinked slowly. You mean Officer Halden? Mallory nodded. Harold's breath hitched. Officer Halden was a ghost, a myth. The man who'd been let go for misconduct, though no one ever explained what he'd actually done. Rumor said he'd gone mad. Rumor said he'd pissed off the wrong people. Harold had always suspected the real story. Now he knew. He forced his trembling hands to steady. Mallory, we need to take this to someone. She gave a brittle laugh. And who would that be, Harold? The police? The chief runs them. City council? They're in his pocket. Another town? They won't take a cold case without jurisdiction. Harold swallowed. What about the press? Mallory stared at him, then frowned. You're serious. Yes. She shook her head. No journalist will print this without corroboration, and they won't get that. Harold reached into his cardigan pocket and pulled out a USB adapter. Mallory blinked. You carry one of those? Harold shrugged weakly. Archivist. A small smile ghosted across her lips. Harold took the flash drive with trembling fingers. He plugged it into the adapter, then into his old, battered library-issue tablet that he'd grabbed while running. Mallory leaned closer, breath trembling. Harold opened the file. A single audio file glowed on the screen. Timestamp. 1994, 01:17 a.m., labeled Dispatch Priority Record. Encrypted, compressed, but intact. Harold tapped it. The screen flickered, the audio crackled, and a voice, young, shaky, came through the static. Dispatch, this is Officer Lawson. We need backup, now. It's bad, real bad. Static. A muffled scream, footsteps, a scuffle, then another voice, deeper, forceful. Lawson, get the fuck over here and help me. Do not let her talk. The audio distorted violently, a high-pitched squeal. Then a girl's voice, faint, breaking. Please, please don't. Harold's entire body went cold. Mallory trembled, covering her mouth. The audio cut abruptly. Harold pulled off his glasses, wiping at the tears he'd been holding back for decades. Oh God. Mallory stared at the device like it was poison. Now you see, Harold, she whispered, voice shaking. Why the chief will kill us before he lets this get out. Harold swallowed hard. At that moment, the diner door jangled violently. Harold and Mallory both jerked their heads toward the entrance. A tall silhouette stood against the rain, face shadowed. Slow, heavy, unmistakable. Mallory's face drained of color. Harold, he found us. The chief stepped inside, dripping rainwater onto the floor. The waitress looked up, surprised. Oh, Chief Lawson, did something happen? You look... He didn't answer her. He only stared at Harold. And Harold understood. The night wasn't ending. Not yet. Not until Lawson got what he came for. The chief wiped rain from his brow and spoke in a calm, controlled voice that chilled Harold more than his shouting ever had. Finch, Reed, hand me the drive. Harold gripped the tablet tighter. Mallory reached for his arm, eyes wild, ready to run or fight or break. The waitress froze, sensing danger too late. The chief stepped closer. Don't make this harder, he murmured. His shadow fell across their booth. Give it to me. Harold swallowed a rising lump of terror. He was out of time, out of places to hide, out of mercy, and for the first time since Angela Meadows died, Harold Finch felt something ignite inside him. Resolve. He looked up at the chief. No. The chief's mask cracked. Just a flicker. A flash of true fury. Then, the door swung open again. A new figure entered, soaked, panting, eyes wide with panic. Officer Hugh Graham, blood still on his temple, breath heaving, clothes smeared with mud. He pointed at Lawson. Chief, don't! Lawson spun around. Mallory grabbed Harold's hand, and the entire diner froze, caught between truth, violence, and the storm. Chapter 5. The diner froze in a tableau of rain-soaked faces and held breaths. Officer Graham stood in the doorway, hunched, shaking, one hand pressed against the cut on his forehead.
his eyes, wide, frantic, guarded between Harold, Mallory, and Chief Lawson. The chief turned slowly toward him, controlled rage simmering beneath professional calm.
"Hugh, what are you doing here?" Graham swallowed hard, chest heaving. His uniform clung to him, soaked from the storm. He took a step inside, leaving muddy footprints on the diner floor. "Chief, you need to stop. This isn't right." Mallory tensed beside Harold. Lawson's jaw worked once, a small tell that his patience was paper-thin. "Officer Graham, step outside, now." Graham shook his head violently. No, I won't let you do this." The waitress behind the counter froze mid-pour, eyes flicking nervously between the men. The coffee overflowed onto the counter unnoticed. Mallory leaned toward Harold, whispering urgently.
"We need to move. If Graham's turning on him, we have one tiny advantage." Harold's heart hammered against his ribs. His hands still held the tablet. The awful audio seared into his mind. Angela's voice, Lawson's panic, the unknown man shouting in the background. He clenched the tablet tighter. Lawson took a single step toward Graham, boots hitting the tile with deliberate rhythm.
"You're concussed," the chief said. "You don't know what you're saying. Let's get you back to the station." Graham flinched, backing further away. "No, I know exactly what I'm saying." His voice cracked with terror and clarity. "I'm done covering for you." A muscle twitched in Lawson's cheek. Mallory muttered, "Well, fuck me, didn't expect that." Harold didn't dare breathe.
The waitress slowly reached for the phone under the counter. Lawson noticed. His gaze snapped toward her.
"Ma'am, put the phone down." She froze. Mallory whispered, "We cannot stay here." Harold nodded, mind racing. Lawson turned back to Graham with a measured step. "You're confused, Hugh. Think about your career. Think about your family. You don't want to throw everything away." Graham's voice trembled. "I've already thrown it away. The minute I helped you hide what really happened. The minute I watched you bury an innocent girl's case." Lawson inhaled sharply. "Stop talking." Graham didn't. "I heard that tape 20 years ago." He pointed at Harold's tablet. "I know exactly what's on that drive. If they play it, shut up." Lawson roared, the mask finally cracking. Mallory flinched. Harold's blood ran cold.
The diner was no longer just a place. It was a sealed box about to explode. Harold stood slowly, surprising even himself with the sudden surge of resolve.
"You killed Angela Meadows." Lawson whipped toward him, his eyes cold, flat, dead. "No," Lawson said, "I didn't." He stepped closer. "But I protected the man who did." Harold's breath left him. Mallory whispered, "Oh my God." Lawson continued as if stating the weather. He was a danger to himself, to others, but he was also the mayor's son, a boy with a future, a boy worth saving. Mallory's expression contorted into something like grief mixed with hatred. "You saved him and let my sister rot in the ground." Lawson's gaze cut to her. She was a tragic loss, but a necessary one. Harold felt his knees weaken. Necessary? Lawson shrugged slightly. A scandal like that could have destroyed this town. Mallory slammed her fist onto the table. "You think Rockford Hollow is more important than a dead girl?" "Yes." The bluntness of the word carved through the diner like a blade. The waitress whispered, "Jesus Christ." Harold felt heat crawl up his spine. He looked at Lawson, really looked, and realized the truth.
The chief believed every word. He believed he was the hero. Lawson extended a hand. "Give me the drive, Harold." Harold didn't move. "Hand it over," Lawson repeated, voice lower, "or I will take it." Mallory grabbed Harold's arm.
"Don't you dare!" Graham stepped forward.
"Chief, stop! If you do this, you'll—" Lawson shoved him aside with sudden violence. Graham crashed into a booth, collapsing onto the vinyl seat. The waitress screamed. Lawson reached for Harold. Mallory reacted instantly. She threw the steaming mug of coffee straight into the chief's face. Lawson roared, staggering backward, clutching his burning skin. Mallory grabbed Harold's wrist. "Run!" They bolted toward the back of the diner. Lawson's fury shook the walls. "Finch! Reed! Stop!" Chairs toppled, plates shattered. Harold pushed through the kitchen doors, slipping on spilled dishwater. Mallory shoved him upright. "Back door!" she shouted. The cook looked up from his grill, stunned. Harold didn't stop to explain. Mallory slammed into the metal rear exit, shouldering it open. Cold rain crashed onto them like a wave. Harold staggered into the narrow alley behind the diner. Steam rose from puddles. A dumpster overflowed. The darkness churned with danger. Mallory turned to slam the door, but Lawson's hand appeared first. He forced the kitchen door wide open, eyes blazing, face red and dripping coffee. Mallory's voice cracked. "Harold, go!" They sprinted down the alley. Boots thundered behind them. Harold felt every beat in his bones. Mallory grabbed his sleeve and yanked him right into a back street between two shuttered shops. "Where?" Harold gasped. "Where now?" "This way." Mallory dragged him toward the old laundromat on Maple Street. "You've got to be kidding. It's open 24 hours. And it's empty after midnight." They reached the corner. Harold slipped. Mallory caught him. Lawson's voice bellowed from the alley. "Finch," Harold whimpered. Mallory pushed him forward. "Move." They burst across the road toward the laundromat's pale blue doorway. The neon sign flickered feebly. "Spin Right Laundry." Open. They rushed inside. The blast of warm, detergent-scented air was surreal after the cold chaos outside. Rows of empty washers lined the walls. A flickering TV played an old sitcom no one was watching. Harold collapsed onto a plastic chair, chest burning, soaked to the bone. Mallory locked the glass door, panting. The laundromat attendant, a kid maybe 20, glanced up from his phone. Are you guys okay?" "No," Mallory snapped. "Emergency. Just stay behind the counter." The kid blinked, nodded, and sank out of sight. Harold held the tablet against his chest like a holy relic. Mallory knelt in front of him. "Harold, look at me." He did, barely. "We can't run forever," she said. "We need somewhere safe to analyze the rest of this drive. Somewhere Lawson can't reach." Harold swallowed. There was no such place. Mallory seemed to read him. "Yes, there is." She lowered her voice. "Officer Halden." Harold stiffened. "He's alive?" "Yes." Mallory nodded. "And he's been waiting for someone to come looking." Harold felt a fresh chill, and he'll know exactly what Lawson did, and why he still wants this file. Mallory took a deep breath. "But there's something you need to understand before we go to him." Her eyes locked onto his. "Halden didn't just try to expose Lawson." Harold blinked. "What do you mean?" "He was there that night, the night Angela died." A long, cold silence filled the laundromat. Only the washers hummed. Harold felt the story shifting, bending, revealing teeth. Mallory placed a trembling hand on his shoulder. "And he wasn't just a witness, Harold." Her voice broke. "He was the one trying to stop them." Harold's breath caught. Mallory said the words that split the truth wide open. And they almost killed him for it. Chapter 6. A hum of the laundromat machines blended with the pounding of Harold's pulse. Rows of empty plastic chairs, flickering overhead lights, spinning washer drums. Everything felt too bright, too mechanical, too exposed after the chaos they'd just escaped. Harold tried to catch his breath, but every inhale scraped like cold sandpaper. Mallory crouched beside him, hair dripping onto the linoleum floor, water pooling around her boots. She looked exhausted, furious, and absolutely determined. "Harold," she said, "listen to me. We're going to Officer Halden. He's the only one who won't betray us." Harold wiped his glasses with shaking hands. "Halden, the disgraced officer, the ghost of Rockford Hollow's past. If he was alive, if he was waiting, then the story they'd uncovered was deeper than Harold had ever imagined." Harold swallowed hard. "What if he doesn't want to see us?" Mallory shook her head. "He'll see me." Harold frowned. "Why you?" Mallory hesitated. Her eyes flickered with a pain she'd carried for years. "Because he tried to protect Angela," she whispered. "And he's been living with that failure for decades." Harold felt the weight of her words settle over him. She sat across from him on a cracked plastic chair. "Before we go, you need to know the full story." Harold tensed. Mallory's voice softened. Halden was the responding officer that night. He wasn't supposed to be. A shift change had been swapped at the last minute. Lawson was furious when he showed up, because Halden wasn't part of the plan. Harold blinked. What plan? Mallory rubbed her face with both hands. The plan to cover it up. to make Angela's death go away. Harold felt sick. Mallory continued. Halden walked in on them. On. All of it. Angela hurt, crying. Lawson and the mayor's son arguing about what to do next. Her voice cracked. And when he tried to call for help, real help, they took his radio and beat him half to death. Harold's breath hitched.
Pieces of the past began snapping into place like jagged glass. A night of chaos, a witness silenced, a young officer sacrificed. Mallory swallowed. They left him in a ditch outside town. He crawled to a farmhouse and begged the farmer not to call the police. The farmer drove him to a clinic an hour away. Halden disappeared after that. Harold whispered, "Why didn't he come forward later?" Mallory stared at the humming machines, eyes hollow. "He tried," she said. The chief's men discredited him before he could even open his mouth, accused him of drinking on duty, tampering with evidence. They ruined his reputation. No one would listen to him. Not then, not now. Harold felt fury flare in his chest, sudden and sharp.
They destroyed an honest man to protect a murderer. Mallory nodded. But he didn't give up. He kept the original dispatch audio, the one we have. He kept other things too. Evidence he collected quietly. But he never handed it over because, well, Harold frowned. Because what? Mallory looked at him, eyes full of something halfway between fear and sorrow. Because he knew anyone who tried to expose the chief would end up dead. Harold felt the laundromat shrink around him. He imagined Lawson's face, rage, control, power, wrapped in hollow righteousness. Mallory leaned forward. And Harold, Lawson almost killed you tonight. Harold flinched. She grabbed his hand. You still want to back out? He met her gaze. Back out? After 30 years of watching Angela's face fading from memory? After spending half his life cataloging truths no one wanted to read? After hearing that dispatch recording? Harold shook his head gently. No. Mallory nodded once, firmly. The laundromat door rattled. Harold jolted upright. Mallory's hand flew to the pocket with the flash drive. The attendant peeked around the counter. Everything okay? Mallory exhaled. Stay behind the counter, she warned. The kid nodded quickly and ducked. Harold's heart hammered. Mallory moved slowly toward the glass door and peered outside. Rain. Streetlights, empty sidewalk. She let out a shaky breath. It's not Lawson. Harold sagged in relief. Mallory locked the door again and drew the blinds.
They needed a plan. The laundromat wasn't safe. Nowhere public was. Halden lives off Route 22, Mallory whispered. At the old boarding house near the orchard. Middle of nowhere. No neighbors, no patrol routes. Harold frowned. That place was condemned years ago. Only officially, Mallory said. He rebuilt the inside. Lives off the grid. No phone, no internet. Harold blinked. That sounds unwell. Mallory smirked faintly. He is unwell. Trauma will do that to you. But he's not dangerous. Not to us. Harold hesitated. And to the chief? Mallory's smile faded. He's the most dangerous man alive. Harold shivered.
And let's go. Mallory stood. We leave out the back, stick to alleys and back streets, no main roads, and for the love of God, no lights. Harold nodded and gathered himself, placing the tablet carefully into his cardigan pocket. Mallory checked the blinds one last time. Then she froze. Harold's heart stopped. What? He whispered. Mallory slowly backed away from the window. He's outside. Harold's blood turned to ice. He crept forward. Mallory pulled him back quickly. No, don't let him see you. Harold's breath trembled. What did you see? Mallory's voice thinned to a trembling whisper. A silhouette. Across the street. Big, standing perfectly still under the street lamp. Harold felt faint. Lawson? Mallory swallowed. I don't know. It could be him. It could be one of his officers. Or, she hesitated, or someone else. Harold's stomach twisted. Someone else? Who? Mallory didn't elaborate. Instead, she grabbed his sleeve again. We're leaving. Now. She unlocked the laundromat's back door and led Harold into the narrow service alley, lined with dumpsters and wet cardboard. Harold tensed. Every shadow looked alive, stretched long by dim streetlights. Mallory whispered, We take the path behind the pharmacy, then cut across the field by the abandoned hardware store, then the woods. Route 22 is 3 miles through the trees. Harold's legs weakened. 3 miles? In this? Mallory tightened her grip on his arm. You want to stay here? Harold shook his head vehemently. They moved. Soft, quick, silent, down the alley, boots splashing through puddles. Rain clung to their clothes, icy and relentless.
Behind them, at the far end of the alley, a figure stepped quietly into view. Harold didn't see him, Mallory didn't see him, but if they had, they would have noticed. He wasn't wearing a police uniform, he wasn't holding a flashlight, and he wasn't moving like he was searching. He was following, silent, methodical, unhurried, tracking them like prey. Mallory whispered, "Harold, once we reach Halden, everything changes. You need to be ready." Harold nodded, breath trembling.
I am, but his voice didn't sound convincing, even to him. They reached the end of the alley, turned left toward the field, and Harold stopped dead. His breath hitched. Mallory grabbed his arm, confused. What? Harold pointed. Through sheets of rain, headlights swept across the muddy field. A police cruiser. Engine idling. Positioned perfectly between them and the woods. Mallory cursed under her breath. Oh fuck, they've already started a perimeter. Harold felt faint. What do we do now? Mallory scanned frantically. Think! The cruiser's headlights flickered as someone shifted inside. Harold held his breath. Mallory pulled him sharply behind a dumpster.
Harold, look at me. He did. She squeezed his arms.
We do not get caught. We do not split up. And we do not stop moving. We're getting to Halden, no matter what. Harold nodded weakly. No matter what. Mallory peeked around the dumpster again. The cruiser remained still, engine humming. Harold whispered, "Maybe we can circle around it." Mallory shook her head. "No, there's more coming. Trust me." Harold swallowed. "Then where?" Mallory exhaled sharply. "There's only one place left, and you're not going to like it." Harold blinked. "What place?" Mallory gave him a look he couldn't decode. Fear, defiance, and something dangerously close to desperation. Then she whispered the answer. "Sewer tunnels." Harold felt the world tilt. "Sewer tunnels?" Mallory, she grabbed his face between both hands. "Do you want to live?" Harold stared at her. He didn't answer. He didn't need to. Mallory's grip softened. "Good," she said quietly. "Then follow me." She led him toward a rusted storm grate behind the pharmacy, half hidden by overgrown weeds and long-forgotten trash. Harold stared at it in disbelief. Jesus. Mallory pulled a crowbar from behind the dumpster. Harold's eyebrows shot up. You carry a crowbar?" She didn't even look at him. "Be prepared," she muttered. Harold didn't know whether to be terrified or impressed. Mallory wedged the crowbar into the grate and heaved with everything she had. The rusty grate lifted with a shriek. Cold, fetid air drifted upward. Mallory grimaced. "After you," Harold whispered. "This is insane," Mallory nodded. "Yep." She shoved the tablet into his arms. "Hold on to it like your life depends on it." "Because it does." Harold clutched the tablet to his chest. Mallory gripped his shoulder. "You ready?" He wasn't. Not even close. But he whispered anyway. "Yes." Mallory climbed down the ladder first. Harold followed, lowering himself into the dark, the storm grate rattling above him as Mallory pulled it shut. The world went black. Only the faint echo of rushing water remained. Harold's breath trembled in the darkness.
The storm raged above them. The chief's shadow stretched across the town, and someone else, unknown, unaccounted for, was following their trail. As Harold's boots hit the concrete floor of the sewer tunnel, he realized tonight wasn't about survival anymore. It was about truth, and truth had a price. Chapter 7. The darkness swallowed Harold whole. Cold, wet air pressed against his face, carrying the metallic tang of rust and the sour bite of stagnant water. Something dripped in the distance, slow, rhythmic, and each drop echoed like a ticking clock. Tick, tick, tick. Mallory switched on a small LED torch, its narrow beam slicing through the black. Pale light reflected off damp concrete walls, casting long shadows that skittered like insects. Harold hugged the tablet to his chest, his heartbeat thudded in his ears.
Mallory, what if Lawson knows about these tunnels? Mallory didn't slow. Then he'll avoid them, she said. He's terrified of enclosed spaces. Harold blinked. What? She shrugged. Halden told me once, something about a basement training drill gone wrong when Lawson was a rookie. A collapse. He barely made it out. Harold absorbed that.
The idea was both comforting and terrifying. Comforting because maybe Lawson wouldn't follow them down here. Terrifying because someone else already had. They walked deeper, water sloshed around their shoes, cold enough to sting. The tunnel forked left and right. Mallory paused, scanning both paths. Harold whispered, "Which way?" Mallory pointed right. "That leads toward Route 22. Harold nodded, ready to follow, until a faint sound drifted from behind them. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. Harold froze. Mallory stiffened. They turned slowly. A faint silhouette stood far down the tunnel, just beyond the reach of their torch beam. Still. Silent. Watching. Harold's breath caught in his throat.
Mallory, is that? Mallory lifted the torch slightly, but the figure didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't turn away. Just watched. Harold trembled. Not Lawson. He wouldn't come down here. So who? Who the hell? Mallory grabbed Harold's wrist. Move. They hurried down the right-hand tunnel. The walls narrowed slightly, forcing Harold to hunch. Water splashed loudly around their feet, echoing down the corridor. Behind them, another step. Then another. Then another. Following. Not fast. Not rushing. Just patient. Mallory hissed under her breath. Persistent bastard. They turned a sharp corner. Mallory's torch beam revealed a ladder leading upward toward a metal hatch. There, she said. That gets us near the orchard. Harold exhaled in relief. Mallory pushed him toward the ladder. Go first. Harold grabbed the rungs with stiff, shaking hands and pulled himself up. The metal felt icy, like touching frozen bone. Halfway up the ladder, a metallic bang echoed behind him. Harold jolted. Mallory whipped around. Her torch beam caught. A face. Pale, wet, expressionless. A man neither of them recognized. His clothes were dark and soaked. His eyes were hollow. His movements were smooth, eerily calm. Mallory shouted.
Harold, move! Harold scrambled up the ladder, boots slipping. Mallory backpedaled fast, torch beam zigzagging wildly across the tunnel. The stranger stepped into full view. Harold blinked hard. He wasn't police. He wasn't Lawson's man. He was someone else. And he was carrying something. A long object wrapped in plastic. Mallory's voice trembled. Oh God, not him. Harold froze mid-rung. You know him? Mallory didn't answer. Her silence was answer enough. The stranger raised the plastic-wrapped object slowly. Mallory reached for Harold's leg. Climb! Don't stop! Harold forced himself upward, lungs burning. He reached the hatch, shoved it. It didn't budge. Mallory, it's stuck! She swore. Kick it! Harold braced himself and slammed his heel against the metal. The stranger stepped closer. Mallory stumbled backward, nearly falling into the water. Harold, try again. Harold kicked. Once, twice. The metal groaned. Then, it snapped open. Cold air rushed down. Night sky above. Harold hauled himself up, scrambling onto the wet grass outside. Mallory, come on! She lunged toward the ladder, but the stranger grabbed her ankle. Mallory screamed. Harold's heart split with panic. No, Mallory! Mallory kicked wildly, connecting with the man's wrist. He loosened his grip. She crawled up the rungs, gasping, fingers trembling. The stranger reached again. Harold grabbed her wrists and pulled with everything he had. Mallory emerged, collapsing onto the ground beside him. Harold swung the hatch shut just as the man leapt upward. Mallory threw herself onto the lid, bracing it with both hands. Harold held his weight against it too. The man slammed from below, the hatch trembling under each blow. Mallory shouted through gritted teeth, "Run!" They stumbled backward just as the man's hand burst through a crack in the metal, reaching blindly into the night. Harold's stomach flipped. That crack wasn't there before. "Move!" Mallory screamed. They fled across the wet field, mud sucking at their shoes. The hatch buckled behind them. Harold didn't dare look back. Mallory grabbed his sleeve. Halden's house is half a mile from here, through the orchard. Come on. They ran into the orchard, rows of gnarled apple trees swaying like skeletal arms in the wind. Harold gasped for air. Who was that man? Not Lawson. Not police. Someone Mallory recognized. Someone dangerous enough to scare her speechless. And why was he following then? Mallory slowed slightly, breath shaky. You weren't supposed to see him. I hoped he was gone. Harold stared at her. Who is he? Mallory looked away, teeth clenched. Someone that she fears even more than Halden. Harold felt cold spread through him. Why is he after us? Mallory swallowed. Because he's not after us. Harold blinked. He's after the drive, Harold. He wants to erase every person tied to Angela's death. Harold's blood ran cold. And who is he tied to? Mallory's answer was soft, final. The mayor's family. Harold stopped dead. The chief wasn't the only monster in town. He wasn't even the biggest. Mallory tugged him forward, eyes wide, scanning the orchard. Harold, we are not safe. Not from Lawson. Not from him. Not from what this town has been hiding for 30 years. Harold felt tears sting his eyes. He whispered, What did Angela walk into that night? Mallory closed her eyes. A truth, she said softly, and it killed her. They reached a small dirt road cutting through the orchard. Ahead, barely visible in the rain, a crumbling farmhouse, lights flickering. Mallory exhaled shakily. That's Halden's place. Harold stared. It looks abandoned. It is, Mallory said, officially. They approached cautiously. Harold felt a presence behind them, like eyes watching, tracking. Mallory gripped his arm tight. Don't look back, she whispered. Just walk. Harold swallowed hard. Halden. The dispatch tape. Lawson, the mayor's son, the man in the tunnels. Everything converging in one night. One truth, one reckoning. Mallory knocked on the farmhouse door. Slowly, it opened, revealing a gaunt, gray-bearded man with haunted eyes, holding a shotgun loosely at his side. Officer Halden. He stared at them with shock and recognition. Then he spoke. You brought hell to my doorstep again. Mallory's voice cracked. We didn't have a choice. Halden's gaze shifted to Harold, then to the tablet in his arms. His expression darkened. Is that what I think it is? Mallory nodded. Yes. Halden stepped aside. Get in, now. Harold crossed the threshold, heart pounding. He didn't know it yet, but stepping into Halden's house meant stepping into the heart of the truth. And the truth was about to burn the whole town down. Chapter 8. Halden's house smelled of damp wood, gun oil, and the stale ghost of long-forgotten coffee. The floorboards creaked beneath Harold's feet as he stepped inside, the old farmhouse groaning like an animal disturbed from sleep. Rain hammered the tin roof overhead, each strike a warning drum. Halden shut the door behind them, bolting 3 locks with mechanical precision. Click, clack, thud. He moved like a man who had spent years expecting someone to break in at any moment. Mallory lowered her hood, water dripping onto the warped floorboards. Halden stared at her with an expression halfway between accusation and grief. You shouldn't have come back, Mallory swallowed. We had no choice. Halden shifted his gaze to Harold. His eyes were sharp, intelligent, and cold. The eyes of a man who had seen the worst of humanity and survived it through pure stubbornness. And you, he growled, you brought her here? Librarian or not, you're dragging a target on wheels. Harold bristled. I didn't ask for any of this, Halden snorted. No one ever does. Mallory stepped between them. Halden, listen. Lawson tried to kill us tonight. He has men everywhere. And someone else, someone worse, was following us in the tunnels. Halden's jaw tightened. Tall man, quiet step, dead eyes. Mallory nodded. Halden let out a shaky breath, almost a laugh, but not the funny kind. Jesus Christ, he came back. Harold's pulse quickened. Who is he? Halden rubbed a hand down his face, the gesture shaky, haunted. The name he spoke felt like something crawling out of the dark. Jason Marrow, Harold blinked. Who? Mallory closed her eyes. He was the mayor's enforcer. Harold frowned. I thought the mayor's son killed Angela. Halden nodded. He did. But Jason Marrow cleaned up the mess. Harold felt the world tilt. A murderer and a cleaner, Halden continued. Marrow was the one who dragged Angela's body to the riverbank, repositioned everything, beat Halden nearly to death for trying to intervene. Mallory added softly, and he's also the one Lawson is truly afraid of. Harold felt cold worm into his bones. Halden stepped closer, grabbing Harold's chin roughly and turning his face to the side to inspect him like livestock. You brought me Lawson's problem. You have any idea how far he'll go? How far Marrow will go? Harold jerked back. Don't touch me. Halden blinked, surprised. Mallory stepped forward. We're not your enemies, Halden. We're the only ones left who want the truth out. Halden studied her. Slowly, tension drained from his shoulders. He walked to a battered kitchen table, covered in old files, newspaper clippings, and photographs pinned under rocks like they might blow away. He pointed to 2 chairs. Sit. Harold and Mallory obeyed. Halden paced for a moment before stopping abruptly. You've heard the dispatch tape. Harold nodded. Halden blew out a breath. What you heard wasn't the worst of it. Harold's stomach tightened. Mallory leaned forward. How much did they cover up, she asked. Halden met her gaze with haunted eyes. All of it. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a thick envelope. Inside were photographs, grainy, taken on an old camera, the kind officers used before digital archives. He spread them across the table. Harold winced. Mallory looked away. Angela. Alive, bruised, terrified. 2 men in the frame, one unmistakably young Lawson. The other? Harold froze. Nathaniel Keene. Mallory whispered the name like a curse. Harold recognized it instantly. The mayor's son. A golden boy. A philanthropist now. A man who campaigned for charity galas and community cleanups. A man who smiled in every newspaper photo. Harold felt sick. He used to volunteer at youth centers. Halden barked a humorless laugh. Yeah, he liked young people. Harold wanted to vomit. Halden slammed another file onto the table. The mayor, Nathaniel's father. Smiling in a crisp suit, one arm around young Officer Lawson. That's the real Rockford Hollow. A corrupt son, a mayor covering for him, a rookie cop who sold his soul for a promotion, and an enforcer, Marrow, who handled the dirty work. Mallory stared at the photos, jaw clenched. Harold whispered, Why hasn't Marrow been in any police reports? Halden leaned in. Because he was never on the books. He wasn't a cop. He was the mayor's private solution. Harold felt the room close in. Mallory asked quietly, Halden, what happened that night? All of it. Halden pressed his fingers to his temple. When he spoke, his voice sounded like it was coming from a man half broken by memory. I got the call by accident. Lawson was supposed to respond first, but I was closer. I arrived at the riverbank, found Angela, hurt, crying, shaking. She'd run from Keene as though he tried to force himself on her. He chased her. She fell. He paused, trembling. Lawson was already there, trying to talk Keene down. Keene was drunk, panicking. He kept saying she'll ruin everything. Harold felt bile rise. Halden continued. I went for the radio, told dispatch I needed backup. That's when Marrow showed up. Halden's voice cracked. He hit me from behind, again and again, until everything blurred. Mallory's eyes filled with tears. Halden wiped his brow with a shaky hand. When I woke up, Angela was dead. Lawson told me to keep my mouth shut or he'd bury me next to her. Harold felt his soul collapse inward. Mallory whispered, You tried to report it. Halden nodded. They ruined my life. Took my badge, took my pension, took everything. Harold leaned in, voice weak. Halden, we want to expose them. Halden's eyes flicked to Harold, suspicious, hopeful, conflicted. You? A librarian and a runaway? Mallory bristled but didn't speak. Harold steadied his voice. Yes, we're all that's left. Halden studied them for a long moment. Finally, he nodded. Then we'd do it right. Mallory exhaled in relief. But Halden raised a hand. There's a problem. Harold tensed. What problem? Halden looked toward the boarded-up window. Lawson isn't the one you should be afraid of now, Harold frowned. I thought Lawson would stop at nothing. Halden shook his head slowly. He's afraid too. He's scared of what Keene will do if this gets out, and he's terrified of Marrow. Harold's chest tightened. But why? Lawson's still in power. Halden stepped closer. Because Nathaniel Keene is running for governor in 2 years. Harold froze. Mallory cursed under her breath. Halden leaned in. And Marrow? He doesn't give warnings. He erases problems. Harold whispered, "So he's coming for us?" Halden nodded once, slowly, as if confirming a death sentence. Mallory's hand trembled as she grabbed the flash drive. "And we expose them before they reach us." Halden shook his head. "You can't go to the police. You can't go to the mayor's office. You can't go to the press." Harold blinked. "Then who?" Halden's jaw tightened.
He pointed at Harold. "You." Harold froze.
"Me?" Halden nodded. "You're the only one in town with an archive of every file, every record, every newspaper clipping covering 30 years. Your work is the last honest record left in this rotten place." Harold swallowed. Halden pointed to the tablet. "And with that audio, and my testimony, and Mallory's connection," he inhaled deeply, "we can bring this whole empire down." Harold felt everything tighten inside him. Mallory placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Harold, you're the only one they never suspected. The only one who's been quietly collecting the truth." Harold's lip trembled. "Me? Against Lawson? Against the mayor? Against Keene? Against Marrow?" Halden's voice softened. "You don't have to be brave," he said. "You just have to tell the truth." Harold closed his eyes. For Angela, for Mallory, for Halden, for the town that deserved to know what lived beneath its foundation. He opened them again. "Okay." Mallory smiled with something between pride and sorrow. Halden nodded, but before anyone could speak again, the boarded-up window exploded inward, wood splintered, glass rained down, cold air flooded the room. Mallory screamed. Harold stumbled back. Halden grabbed his shotgun, and from the storm outside, a figure climbed through the shattered frame. Silent, tall, unblinking. Jason Marrow, soaked, expressionless, and holding a crowbar. Halden's voice dropped to a whisper of pure fear. "Jesus Christ! He found us!" Harold clutched the tablet to his chest and backed away. Mallory grabbed his arm, eyes wide with terror. Marrow stepped forward, water dripping from his coat. He stared at them without blinking. Then he spoke, voice low and hollow. "You shouldn't have come here." Chapter 9.
The air inside Halden's farmhouse snapped tight like a tripwire. Rain hissed through the shattered window as shards of glass skittered across the wooden floor. Morrow stood in the center of the wreckage, unmoving, a towering silhouette backlit by the storm outside. His eyes, flat, gray, dead, fixed on Harold first, not onto Halden's shotgun, not onto Mallory's shaking hands. Harold. Harold felt his heart plummet into his gut. Mallory's grip tightened around his arm. Halden took one shaky step forward, shotgun raised, barrel trembling.
"Marrow, stop right there." Marrow didn't even glance at the gun. He lifted the crowbar, letting the metal head tap lightly against his palm. Once, twice, a measured rhythm, almost bored. Harold's blood iced. Mallory whispered,
"Halden, he's not afraid of you." Halden swallowed.
"I mean it, Marrow. You take one more step." Marrow finally reacted. He smiled. A slow, impossible smile that didn't reach his eyes. A smile that made Harold's skin crawl. Then Marrow said, in a voice soft enough to be a lullaby, "You won't pull that trigger." Halden's jaw clenched. Marrow stepped forward. Halden fired. The boom shook the house. Harold covered his ears. Mallory flinched violently, ducking behind Harold. But Marrow barely staggered. He shielded his face with his forearm, the shotgun blast grazing his coat. Pellets tore fabric. Blood dotted his sleeve. But he remained upright. Harold felt the world tilt. He just tanked a shotgun blast. Marrow lowered his arm and looked at Halden, amused. "You're trembling. You're weak." Halden fired again. Another deafening blast. More pellets ripped into Marrow's coat. But still he advanced, absorbing the impact like a machine. Mallory screamed, "Halden, move!" Marrow lunged. Halden tried to fire a third time. Click. Empty.
Marrow swung the crowbar. It slammed into Halden's shotgun with a metallic crash, sending it flying across the room. The impact jolted through Halden's arms, nearly breaking his wrist. Halden stumbled backward, gasping. Mallory grabbed Harold and yanked him behind the overturned table. Halden scrambled for the corner, reaching for a holstered pistol clipped to the wall. but Marrow was faster. He grabbed Halden by the front of his jacket and hurled him into a bookcase. The entire shelf collapsed onto Halden with a sickening crunch. Harold shouted, "Halden!" Mallory grabbed his collar. "Harold, no!" Marrow turned toward them, footfalls heavy, methodical. Harold had never seen a man move like this. Not like a cop, not like a thug, like something hollowed out and rebuilt solely for violence. Mallory shoved Harold toward the back room. Go now." They scrambled across the floor. The flashlight beam flickered wildly. Shadows lunged and stretched across the walls. Behind them, Marrow stepped over Halden's collapsed form without even checking if he was alive. Harold's breath came in sharp, painful bursts. "We can't outrun him. We can't fight him." Mallory shoved Harold onto the back porch, rain pelting their faces. But before they could flee, Marrow spoke again. Soft, measured, predatory. "Mallory, your sister begged too." Mallory stopped dead. Her entire body went rigid. Harold turned to her. Her expression, pure, ruptured fury, terrified him more than Marrow. "Mallory, don't listen." She spun back toward the house. "You son of a—" Harold grabbed her, pulling her away. "No, we need to run." But Mallory was shaking with rage. "He killed her, Harold. He's the one who—" "Mallory, please." Marrow's footsteps echoed on the porch, slow, deliberate. Mallory choked on a sob. Tearing her gaze away from him took every ounce of strength she had. Finally, she whispered, Okay. They fled into the orchard again, sprinting through rows of twisted apple trees. Mud splashed beneath their feet. Branches whipped Harold's face. Rain blurred everything into streaks of gray. Behind them, a single, constant footstep. Marrow didn't run. He didn't need to. He followed. Harold gasped for breath. His lungs burned. His knees screamed. But fear kept him upright. Mallory grabbed his hand. "This way," she shouted, toward the workshop. Harold struggled to keep up. "The what?" "The old shed Halden used to fix his truck. It's got tools, something we can lose." Harold didn't argue. They burst through a thicket toward a small, corrugated iron workshop, half hidden beneath trees. Mallory shoved Harold inside and slammed the door. Harold collapsed against a workbench, panting desperately. Tools hung on the wall, wrenches, saws, a rusted chainsaw, hammers, nails scattered everywhere. Mallory grabbed a crowbar. Harold held up his hands. "We can't fight him with that," Mallory's voice cracked. "I'm not letting him lay another hand on someone I care about." Harold froze. "You care?" Mallory blinked, realizing what she'd said. Then, Harold's blood froze. Marrow was outside the shed. Mallory mouthed, "Hide." Harold ducked behind a stack of wooden crates. Mallory crouched behind a workbench opposite him, clutching the crowbar with white knuckles. The metal door handle creaked. Harold trembled violently. The handle turned, stopped, turned again, stopped. Finally, a quiet metallic whisper. "You can't hide from the truth." Mallory's grip tightened until her knuckles went bone white. The door didn't open. Silence fell. Not the peaceful kind. The kind where a predator changes tactics. Harold dared a breath. Mallory mouthed, "He's still there." Harold nodded. Minutes passed like hours. Then, Marrow walked away, slow, purposeful, not fooled, simply choosing a different angle. Mallory whispered, "He's circling." Harold closed his eyes, fear breaking him. After a long silence, Mallory crawled toward Harold. "Harold, listen to me. We are not dying in this shed." Harold nodded shakily. "What do we do?" Mallory scanned the walls, thinking fast. Then she grabbed a flashlight and pointed it upward. Harold followed her gaze. A small loft hatch, barely big enough to squeeze through. Mallory whispered, "Up there. He won't look. He thinks we're cornered." Harold stared. "But, no buts. Move." Harold climbed onto the crates, pushing the loft hatch open. Dust rained onto his face. The space above was cramped, full of old blankets and boxes. Mallory followed, pulling the hatch shut behind them. They lay in darkness, breath held, listening. Through the cracks in the wood, Harold could see the workshop below. Empty, quiet, still. But he knew Marrow wasn't gone. Mallory reached over and squeezed Harold's hand. Her voice was barely a breath.
When dawn comes, we go public. We burn these bastards to the ground. Harold nodded, but neither of them slept. Because somewhere outside, circling the orchard, tracking their scent, waiting, was Jason Marrow. And he wasn't leaving empty-handed. Chapter 10.
Harold lay on his back in the crawlspace loft, every muscle tight, every breath too loud. The wooden boards beneath them creaked softly with each shallow inhale. Mallory lay beside him, one hand gripping his sleeve in a silent, trembling anchor against panic. Below them, the workshop sat in eerie stillness, silent but for the slow tick of cooling metal and the distant hum of the storm. Harold couldn't tell whether minutes or hours had passed. Time had lost shape, hanging suspended in the stale air of the loft. Finally, Mallory whispered.
He's still out there. Harold let out a shuddering exhale. You're sure? Mallory nodded. Of course she was. Mallory had grown up running from dangers Harold had only read about in newspapers. She had instincts honed by survival, sharpened by trauma. Harold had a library card and a cardigan. He closed his eyes, the dispatch recording replaying in his mind like a curse. Angela's voice, Lawson's panic, Marrow's brutality. Mallory squeezed his arm. You okay? Harold almost laughed. A bitter, weak sound. Not even close. Mallory shifted, her breath brushing the side of his face. In the dark, her voice softened. We're alive. That's a start. Harold turned his head slightly to look at her. Even in the dimness, he could see exhaustion clinging to her cheeks, her eyes raw from crying and adrenaline. Mallory, what he said back there. She tensed. Don't, she whispered sharply. Don't say his name. Not up here. Harold nodded, but her words slipped out anyway. He killed Angela, didn't he? Mallory didn't answer. She didn't have to. Silence filled the loft again, heavy, suffocating. Then, a faint crunch of wet grass outside. Mallory froze. Harold's heart slammed. Harold's breath caught. The sound came closer, then stopped, just outside the shed door. Mallory mouthed silently, Don't breathe. Harold pressed a hand over his mouth. Below them, the doorknob shifted. Once, twice, slow, testing. Harold's pulse hammered so loud he feared it would give them away. Mallory's eyes met his, wide with terror and fury. The door didn't open, not yet. The handle turned again, harder this time. Then. Marrow spoke through the door in a voice smooth as polished stone. I know you're in there. Harold clenched his teeth to keep from crying out. Mallory's grip on his sleeve tightened until it hurt. Marrow continued. You can't hide forever. Then, footsteps moved away, slow, measuring. Harold dared a breath. Mallory leaned in, whispered trembling. He's not leaving. He's circling again. He wants us exhausted. Harold swallowed. Mallory, why isn't he rushing in? Why isn't he breaking the door? She hesitated. Because he knows where we're going. Harold stared at her. What do you mean? Mallory closed her eyes in resignation. He knows we're going to expose Keene, and he wants to make sure you get far enough to gather everything, so he can take the whole thing back in one hit. Harold shook his head. He's waiting? For the perfect moment? Mallory nodded slowly. He's a hunter, Harold. He doesn't rush. He doesn't panic. He lets his prey run until they fall exactly where he wants them. Harold trembled. And Lawson? He whispered. Mallory snorted softly. Lawson? He's probably curled up somewhere terrified of his own shadow. Lawson doesn't want us dead. Lawson wants us caught. She looked toward the door. Marrow wants us gone. Lightning flashed outside, briefly illuminating the cracks between the boards. Harold flinched. Mallory exhaled. We can't stay here. When the stormlight hits, he'll spot us through any gap, and he'll come in. Harold swallowed. Where do we go? Mallory shifted closer, whisper barely audible. There's an old utility road behind the orchard, leads down toward the river trail. Halden used it to move things in and out undetected. If we make it there, we can reach the old radio tower. Harold blinked. The radio tower? Mallory nodded. It has backup generators, old transmitters. Halden used to send encrypted logs of the case there, in case something happened to him. Harold stared. Mallory, why didn't you say this before? She gave a tired half smile. Because I didn't think we'd survive long enough to use it. Harold opened his mouth, but footsteps crunched outside again. Closer, slower, heavier. Mallory's breath hitched. He's back. Harold pressed himself against the wall, heart pounding so hard it hurt. Through a knothole in the wood plank, Harold caught a glimpse. Marrow was standing right outside the shed door again, staring, listening, unblinking. Mallory mouthed, "He hears us." Harold swallowed a cry. Marrow took another step, then another. He dragged the crowbar across the metal wall with a screech that stabbed Harold's eardrums. Harold clamped a hand over his mouth to keep from screaming. Mallory bit her own knuckle, face twisted in silent agony. Finally, the scraping stopped. Silence again. Long, smothering. Then, Marrow spoke, voice bleeding through gaps in the walls. "You can't run from the truth. It always finds its way home." Harold felt the words penetrate his bones. Mallory closed her eyes. He's taunting us, Harold thought. Psychological torture, keeping us awake, wearing us down. Mallory leaned close, whispering directly in Harold's ear. "As soon as he circles to the front again, we go out the back window." Harold stared. "There's a back window?" Mallory smirked faintly, despite the fear. "It's small, but you're skinny enough." Harold scowled. Rude. She squeezed his hand. "Harold," her voice broke. "Thank you for not running." Harold swallowed hard. "I'm not leaving you." Mallory breathed out, shaky, fragile. But then, Merrill's footsteps paused directly beneath the loft. Harold froze. Mallory froze. Marrow said, quietly, "I can hear your breathing." Harold slapped both hands over his mouth, body shaking violently. Marrow continued, slow and deliberate. "When you leave, I'll be here." Harold's blood went cold. Mallory trembled. "And when you run?" A pause, a long one. "Then, I'll follow." Footsteps receded, slow, measured, predictable. Mallory whispered, "He thinks we'll make a run for Halden's truck." "That's good. That's good. That means he's not guarding the window." Harold whimpered. Mallory grabbed him by the shoulders. "We move now." She eased the loft hatch open carefully, slowly, barely making a sound. Harold slid down the ladder, adrenaline turning every movement into a trembling stutter. Mallory followed, landing softly beside him. She pointed at a tiny window behind a stack of metal bins, just big enough for Harold if he squeezed. "In there," she whispered. "Go." Harold crawled toward it, pushing bins aside. Thunder boomed outside. Mallory pulled out a screwdriver and pried the rusted latch open. The window groaned. Harold squeezed through first, collapsing into wet grass outside. He turned back, whispering fiercely, "Hurry." Mallory slid halfway through and froze. Harold's heart stopped. "What?" Her eyes widened with horror. Harold. Footsteps, right behind her. Slow, massive, unmistakable. Jason Marrow. Harold reached instinctively toward her. "Mallory." She whispered one word. "Run." Harold shook his head violently. "No, I'm not." Marrow's hand clamped around her ankle. Mallory gasped in pain. Harold screamed, "Mallory!" She grabbed Harold's fingers. Her nails dug into his palm. Her eyes locked onto his. And she whispered, "Go." Then Marrow yanked her backward into the shed. The window slammed shut. Harold stumbled back into the rain, breath ripped from his chest.
The storm swallowed her scream, and Harold Finch, shaking, soaked, shattered, stood alone in the orchard, alone with the truth, and a nightmare hunting him. Chapter 11. Rain hammered Harold like stones as he stumbled backward across the orchard. The storm swallowed sound, swallowed sense, swallowed everything except the echo of Mallory's scream and the image, burned into him, of Marrow's hand locking around her ankle. Harold gasped for breath. His knees buckled. He hit the mud. Hard. She's gone. She's gone because of me, because of this file, because I didn't run. His glasses were smeared with rain and tears. The orchard blurred into a smear of shadows and lightning streaks. Harold pressed a fist to his mouth, trying not to sob. He failed. Mallory's voice echoed in his skull. "Go. Run! He shook violently, rainwater pooling in his lap. Then, another voice rose above the storm. A man's voice. Hoarse, weak, but unmistakable. Halden.
Finch! Harold, get up! Harold jerked upright, blinking through the storm. Halden staggered out of the tree line near the workshop, clutching his ribs, half collapsed, his face smeared with blood and dust. His jacket was torn where the bookcase had crushed him. He limped toward Harold, shotgun nowhere in sight. Harold whispered in shock. You're alive. Halden spat blood. Barely. That bastard cracked 2 ribs. He grabbed Harold's collar and yanked him upright with surprising strength. Why the hell didn't you run when she told you to? Harold broke. She's still inside. Marrow took her. We have to go back. Halden shook him hard. No, going back is suicide. Harold shoved him. Let me go. Halden snarled, shoving back harder. Listen to me, Finch. He pointed toward the shed. Marrow wants the drive, not her. If you give him the drive, he'll kill you both. If you try to fight him, he'll kill you both. If you go back in there right now, he kills you first. Harold's chest heaved with panic, terror, guilt, rage. Halden grabbed his chin, forcing their eyes to lock. You want to save her? Then you survive long enough to expose these bastards, Harold whispered. He'll hurt her? Halden's expression twisted. Pain, memories, failure. He might, Halden said. But if we go back in unprepared, he will. And he'll kill you too. Harold stared at the mud. Halden continued softer. Mallory's the toughest kid I ever met. I've seen her fight grown men twice her size. She'll stall him. She'll survive. Harold clenched his fists. How do you know? Halden exhaled sharply. Because I taught her. Harold froze. You... what? Halden grimaced at the pain in his ribs. She didn't tell you? Figures. He winced and continued. When her sister died, Mallory came to me. A scared, angry kid. She begged me to teach her how to defend herself, how to understand predators, and how to hunt truth the way dangerous men hunt power. Harold stared at him in shock. Halden added, voice low. And she learned. Fast. Thunder cracked overhead. Harold swallowed. So she knows how to fight him? Halden's jaw tightened. She knows how to survive him. Harold clenched his jaw. Then she needs me alive. Halden nodded sharply, reading Harold's face. That's right. Now move. He grabbed Harold by the arm and pulled him through the orchard, away from the shed. Harold yanked his arm free. Wait, where are we going? Halden pointed into the dark. The radio tower, Harold blinked. Mallory said, I know. Halden nodded grimly. She learned that from me too. They hurried toward the dirt road at the back of the orchard. Lightning flashed. Harold froze again, a silhouette, standing at the far end of the road, still, watching. Not Marrow, Lawson. Chief Lawson stood in the rain, soaked coat clinging to his frame, hair plastered to his forehead. His gun was drawn but pointed at the ground. He didn't rush toward them. He didn't yell. He simply stood. Halden muttered, Oh, wonderful, the coward himself. Lawson stepped forward slowly, voice barely carrying over the storm. Inch. Halden, stop. Harold's fears spiked again. Halden shoved Harold behind him, raising his fists despite his injuries. You gonna shoot me again, Lawson? You missed last time. Lawson shook his head. No, I'm not here to hurt either of you. Halden barked a laugh. You've been hurting this town for 30 years. Lawson closed his eyes, rain dripping from his lashes. It wasn't supposed to go this far. Harold stepped forward despite himself. What wasn't supposed to go this far? Angela's death? The cover-up? The beatings? The threats? Lawson's voice broke. All of it. Halden leaned close to Harold, whispering, He's cracking. He's scared of Marrow, not us. Lawson swallowed. I know Marrow took the girl, he said. I know you're heading to the tower, and I know Nathaniel won't let either of you live if this gets out. Harold felt his stomach turn. What are you saying? Lawson took one step closer, hands raised, gun dropped into the mud. I want to help you, Halden snarled. Oh, go to hell. Lawson shook his head desperately. Halden, listen. Marrow's not taking her to kill her. He's taking her to Keene. Right now, tonight, to the riverbank. The same place it happened 30 years ago. Harold's entire world stopped. Mallory, in the hands of Nathaniel Keene. At the sight of Angela's death, Halden whispered, "Oh Christ." Harold's voice shook violently. "What does he want with her?" Lawson hesitated. His answer was a whisper, drenched in guilt. "He wants to finish what he started." Lightning split the sky. Harold's scream tore out of him. "Then take us there." Lawson stepped back, shaking. I can. The cruiser's hidden near the orchard's edge. But once we confront them, there's no going back." Harold stepped toward him, eyes wild, voice steady. "Good." Halden stared at Harold, and for the first time, the old officer saw something familiar in him. A flame, a spine, a will. Halden nodded sharply. "Let's move." Lawson turned, leading them toward the cruiser. Harold whispered, barely audible, "Hold on, Mallory, I'm coming." But as they ran down the dirt path toward the car, none of them noticed a second silhouette moving through the orchard in the opposite direction. Tall, silent, carrying a crowbar, Jason Marrow heading to the riverbank, where Mallory waited, alone. Chapter 12.
Harold sprinted through the orchard behind Lawson and Halden, the mud sucking at his shoes, branches clawing at his clothes. Rain hammered sideways, slicing through the dark like 1,000 needles. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to run, to hide, to collapse, but one thought shoved everything else aside: Mallory. Mallory with her fierce stubbornness, Mallory who trusted him, Mallory who fought monsters alone, while Harold cataloged history in quiet rooms. He would not let her die. He couldn't. Lawson pointed through the trees.
"Over here, through that gap." Halden grunted painfully, one arm wrapped around his ribs. "I swear, Lawson, if this is a trap," Lawson snapped back. "It's not. Keene wants all three of you. Marrow is just the collector." Harold trembled. "Collector?" Halden spat to the side. "That's what they used to call him. The mayor's collector. He collected loose ends." Harold's stomach turned. They reached a blacked-out police cruiser tucked behind a collapsed stone wall. Lawson fumbled the door open, soaked and shaking. "Get in," Lawson said. "All of you." Halden threw an arm out, blocking Harold. "Let him drive," Harold blinked. "Lawson?" Halden's eyes stayed locked on the chief. "If you pull anything, I end you before he even notices." Lawson closed his eyes. "I know." They piled into the cruiser, Harold in the back, Halden up front, Lawson behind the wheel. Rain drummed on the roof like frantic fists. Lawson turned the key. The engine groaned to life. Harold leaned forward, gripping the metal barrier behind the seats. "How far is the riverbank?" Lawson swallowed hard. 10 minutes if the road isn't flooded." Halden scoffed. "It is." The car fishtailed as Lawson accelerated down the muddy access road. Headlights sliced through sheets of rain, illuminating the twisted orchard and the skeletal branches thrashing in the wind. Harold's voice cracked. "Why is he taking her there?" Lawson didn't answer immediately. When he finally spoke, his voice was hollow. "Because Keene keeps trophies." Halden slammed a fist on the dashboard. "Jesus Christ, Lawson!" Lawson flinched but kept talking. He goes back there sometimes, late at night, when the guilt hits him. I followed him once or twice just to make sure he didn't do something stupid that the press might see." Harold felt bile rise. "He revisits the riverbank. The place where he killed her?" Lawson's eyes flicked up to the rearview mirror. "I didn't know you knew he." Harold's glare burned through the mirror. "I know everything." Lawson looked away. Rain pounded the windshield, wipers barely keeping up. Halden gritted his teeth. "So what's he planning tonight? A confession? A ritual? What?" Lawson swallowed again. "No, he told Marrow." His voice cracked. "He told Marrow to bring the girl. Mallory looks like Angela did back then." Harold felt the world snap. "You let him do this?" Lawson slammed the brakes for a moment, spinning halfway before regaining control. "I can't control him anymore." Halden barked a bitter laugh. "You never could." The cruiser roared forward again, tires spitting mud. Harold pressed his palms to his forehead, shaking violently. Mallory, dragged alone to a monster, a real one, not a metaphor. A man who had already taken everything from her. He clenched his fists so tight his nails drew blood. "We need to stop him," Harold whispered. "We need to stop them all." Halden nodded once grimly. Lawson whispered, "If you want to live, stay behind me." Halden growled, If you want to live, do exactly what I say, and forget Lawson exists. Harold cut them both off. If Mallory dies, I'd burn this entire town to the ground. Silence filled the cruiser. Halden stared at him. Lawson stared through the windshield. For a moment, even the storm seemed to pause. Then Lawson whispered, almost with awe, "You sound like Halden." Harold didn't blink. "I sound like myself." The cruiser skidded onto the river road, a narrow strip of cracked asphalt winding through woods and down toward the water. The storm raged harder. Trees thrashed violently on both sides, branches snapping. Halden leaned forward. "Slow down, we're close." Lawson eased off the accelerator. Harold pressed his forehead to the glass. Then, through the blur of rain, Harold saw it. Lantern light, flickering orange through the trees. A human silhouette moving along the riverbank. Tall, broad, unmistakable. Marrow, and beside him another silhouette. Bound, dragged, Harold's heart split open. "Mallory!" Lawson slammed the brakes. The cruiser slid sideways, stopping yards from a muddy path leading down to the water. Halden leapt out before the car fully stopped. Lawson followed. Harold stumbled out last, nearly falling. Rain soaked him instantly, cold enough to burn. "Mallory!" he shouted again. His voice cracked, swallowed by the storm. Halden grabbed his arm. "Don't run in blind! He'll kill you!" Harold yanked free. "I don't care." Halden grabbed him harder, pinning him. "Then Mallory dies too." Harold froze. Halden leaned in close, mud streaking his face, rain dripping from his beard. His voice dropped to a brutal whisper. "You want to save her? You do exactly as I say." Harold trembled. "What do we do?" Halden pointed toward the water. "Teen will be there. He'll talk first. He always talks first. Marrow will stand behind him. He's the real danger. Lawson." Lawson stepped closer. "I'll distract Marrow. I owe Mallory that. I owe Angela that. I owe everyone that." Halden didn't argue. He just nodded. Then he turned to Harold. "You stay back. You document. You record. You keep the evidence alive, no matter what." Harold shook his head violently. "No, I'm not leaving her." Halden sighed, the sound old and tired. "Then stay close to me, and don't let him touch you." They moved slowly down the muddy slope. Harold's breath faltered, because now the lantern light was clear. The river shimmered below, and the scene came into focus. Mallory, kneeling in the mud, wrists bound behind her back, her face bruised, her lip bleeding, but her eyes, when she saw Harold, sharp, alive, defiant. Keen stood over her, older now, but the same smile, the same arrogance. Marrow hovered beside him, crowbar resting casually against his shoulder. Keen grinned. "Well," he said cheerfully, "look what washed up." Halden raised his hands, stepping forward. "Nathaniel, let her go." Keen tilted his head. "Why would I do that, Richard? She's the splitting image of her sister. It's uncanny." Mallory spat blood at his shoes. "Go to hell." Keen sighed. So rude. Angela was polite at least. Harold surged forward. "Mal!" Halden slammed an arm across his chest. "Not yet." Keen smiled wider. "Oh, you brought the librarian too. Wonderful. The last little historian of our dirty laundry." Marrow took a single step forward. Halden instantly shoved Harold behind him. Lawson raised a trembling hand. "Nathaniel, this ends tonight. Let her go. Turn yourself in. I'll help you. We can spin this. We can." Keen snapped. "Shut up, Lawson." Lawson flinched like he'd been shot. Keen sneered. "You've always been weak. That's why Father kept Marrow around. Protection from idiots like you." Halden clenched his fists. "Nathaniel, step away from the girl." Keen sighed dramatically. "And what if I don't?" Halden stepped forward. Keen smirked. "I suppose we'll do this the old way then." He flicked 2 fingers. Marrow moved instantly. Forward, fast, a blur. Halden roared, "Down." Harold ducked as Marrow swung the crowbar. Halden blocked it with his forearm. A sickening crack. Halden screamed. Mallory cried out, "Halden!" Keen laughed. "Oh, this is lovely. Just like old times. Same river, same girl, same chaos." Harold felt something snap inside him. He stepped forward. "You don't touch her." Keen looked amused. Oh, the librarian found a spine? Halden, panting in agony, grabbed Harold's sleeve. Harold, don't. But Harold shrugged him off, stepping toward Mallory. Marrow turned. Keen held out a hand. Stop. Marrow froze mid-step. Keen smiled at Harold. Tell me, Harold, do you know why I killed Angela? Mallory hissed. Because you're a coward. Keen ignored her. He stared directly at Harold. I killed her because she found out. Found out who I really was, who I was going to become. He spread his arms despite the storm. And if the world knew that now, my run for governor collapses, my father's legacy collapses, my life collapses. He stepped closer to Harold. So tell me, librarian, what are you going to do about it? Harold's hands shook. His voice came out barely above rain. I'm going to tell the truth. Keen snorted. What truth? Your files? Halden's delusions? A 30-year-old tape? He leaned in. Truth doesn't matter if no one survives to speak it. He flicked his eyes at Marrow. Finish it. Marrow stepped toward Harold, and Mallory screamed, No! She threw herself upward, slamming into Marrow's knees. He staggered. The crowbar hit the mud. Harold lunged, grabbing Mallory's tied wrists. Marrow roared and swung. Halden tackled him from the side. Screaming through broken bones, all four men crashed into the mud. Keen shouted, Marrow, do it now! Lightning split the sky, and in that frozen second, Harold saw the truth. Marrow wasn't following Lawson, not anymore, not even Keen. He was following the power, whoever would rise, whoever would fall, whoever he needed to kill to keep the future clean. And Harold Finch, bleeding, shaking, furious, was the first person in 30 years to stand between Marrow and his work. Harold tightened his grip on Mallory and whispered, Hold on. Because tonight, the river would take more secrets, or it would finally give one back. Chapter 13.
The river churned like a living thing, slamming against the mud, hissing through reeds, swallowing the rain that hammered down in sheets. Lightning lit the riverbank in white flashes, freezing the chaos into stuttering photographs. Halden and Marrow locked in a brutal tangle, Keen screaming orders over the wind, Mallory dragging herself through the mud with her wrists tied, Harold soaked and shaking, standing between death and the only person he couldn't bear to lose. Marrow shoved Halden off him like he weighed nothing. Halden collapsed, clutching his ribs, wheezing in agony. The mud around him turned dark with blood. Keen barked, Get up, you useless relic. Marrow stepped toward Halden to finish him. Harold didn't think. He launched himself forward and grabbed the crowbar lying in the mud. It was heavier than he expected. Cold, oily, wrong. Mallory saw him, eyes wide. Harold, don't! But it was too late. Marrow turned at the sound. Harold swung. The crowbar hit Marrow's forearm with a sickening metallic crunch. Marrow staggered back a step, not in pain, but in surprise. His dead gray eyes lifted to Harold. Harold felt his stomach free fall. I just hit him. Dear God, I just hit him. Marrow didn't roar, didn't snarl, didn't retaliate in blind rage. He simply tilted his head, as if Harold had become interesting. Keen shouted, What are you doing? Kill them! Marrow ignored him. He took one slow step toward Harold. Halden coughed blood. Harold, run! Harold couldn't, his legs rooted to the ground. Marrow advanced, each step deliberate, predatory, inevitable. Mallory screamed his name. Harold! Her voice snapped him out of the terror. Harold swung again. Marrow caught the crowbar midair with one hand, and twisted it out of Harold's grip. Harold stumbled backward. Marrow lifted the crowbar like a judge racing a gavel. Mallory thrashed desperately against her bindings, screaming. Leave him alone! Marrow didn't blink. He swung downward. Harold squeezed his eyes shut. But the blow never came. A gunshot cracked the storm. Marrow jerked, hit in the shoulder. He looked down almost curiously at the blood spreading through his coat. Keen spun around. What the? Lawson stood 20 feet away, sodden, shaking, gun raised with both hands, face carved with terror and defiance. Step away from them, Harold gasped. Halden coughed, a twisted smirk forming. Well, look at that, the coward finally grew a spine. Marrow turned toward Lawson, unhurried, expressionless, as if the bullet were nothing more than rain. Lawson fired again.
The bullet hit Marrow's thigh. He stumbled but didn't fall. Keen lunged at Lawson, screaming, "You idiot! Stop shooting him! He'll kill us first!" But Lawson had snapped. 30 years of guilt. 30 years of silence. 30 years of being a puppet to a corrupt empire. It erupted now. Lawson kept shooting. 3, 4, 5 rounds, slamming into Marrow's chest and arm. Marrow finally dropped to one knee, not dead, but slowed. Keen stared at Lawson like he betrayed the laws of nature. "You've ruined everything!" Halden barked a wet laugh. "Welcome to the club." Keen kicked him viciously in the ribs. Halden screamed. Harold scrambled toward Mallory, dropping to his knees beside her. Mallory, look at me." She was panting hard, blood dripping from her mouth. Hair stuck to her face. "Cut me loose, now!" Harold tore at the rope binding her wrists. It was soaked and knotted tight. His fingers slicked. "Mallory, I can't." She pressed her forehead to his. Her voice shook. "You can. You have to." Harold gripped the rope again, and then Marrow roared, a guttural, primal sound unlike anything Harold had ever heard. He rose to his feet, bleeding from multiple bullet wounds, eyes blazing with something new. Anger, real anger. Keen paled. Marrow, stop. I can fix this. You don't need to." Marrow grabbed Keen by the throat. The mayor's son choked, feet kicking above the mud. Harold froze. Mallory's eyes widened. Halden whispered, "Oh God, he's turning on Keen." Keen clawed at Marrow's wrist. "Jason, please, your father." Marrow squeezed harder. Harold whispered, "He's not following orders anymore." Halden wheezed. "He hasn't followed orders for years." Keen's voice broke into a shriek. "Put me down! Put me down!" Marrow stared into Keen's bulging eyes and spoke for the first time directly to him. "You end loose ends." Keen's scream drowned in the storm as Marrow hurled him backward into the river. Harold, Mallory, Halden, and Lawson all froze. Keen resurfaced, spluttering, gasping, scrambling toward the bank. Marrow didn't move. He just watched Keen flail. Mallory whispered, "He's letting the river finish it." Harold felt sick. Keen fought the current, but the river was swollen from the storm, violent and merciless. It dragged him under, twice, 3 times. Harold whispered, voice trembling, "Should we help him?" Mallory shook her head instantly. "No, he would have killed us without blinking." Halden rasped, "Let the river have him." Keen surfaced one last time, eyes wide with terror, arms thrashing. Lightning cracked, and the river took him under for the final time. Silence swallowed the riverbank. Only rain filled the void. Marrow turned toward them again, slowly, deliberately. Lawson stepped back, horror tearing his features. Harold whispered in dread, "He's not done." Halden reached for Harold's sleeve. "Finch, listen. Marrow doesn't care about Keen. He cares about the secret, and you have it." Harold swallowed hard. Mallory wriggled her wrists, screaming, "Harold, find something sharp, please." He searched frantically. A broken shard of lantern glass. He snatched it. Lightning flashed, and revealed Marrow charging. Mallory screamed. Lawson fired. Click. Empty. Halden pushed Harold aside. Harold fell into the mud. Mallory screamed his name. Marrow lunged, and Halden threw himself in front of Harold. Marrow's full weight slammed into Halden. Both men crashed to the ground. Halden shouted, "Finch, finish it, run." Harold stood shaking violently, torn between the drive in his pocket and Mallory tied in the mud. Between escape and standing his ground. Between fear and the decision that would define everything. Mallory screamed, "Harold, please, cut me loose." Marrow roared, slamming Halden into the riverbank again. And Harold Finch, the quiet librarian, the overlooked nobody, the man who had spent his life cataloging the dead, made a choice. He ran to Mallory, shoving the shard of glass through the rope, cutting, slicing, shaking. The rope snapped. Mallory surged to her feet, eyes blazing with fury and pain. Harold grabbed her arm. "Mallory, run." She didn't run. She grabbed the dropped crowbar. Harold's breath stopped. "Mallory, no." She stepped forward, face drenched, body shaking, voice raw and trembling. "You killed my sister." Marrow turned toward her, and with every ounce of strength she had left, Mallory Reed screamed and charged. Chapter 14.
Mallory's scream ripped through the storm like a blade tearing the sky open. She charged, crowbar raised high, her boots splashing through the mud as she closed the distance between her and the man who destroyed her family. Marrow turned toward her, water streaming off his coat, expression still eerily calm, like violence was simply another routine. Harold's chest tightened.
Mallory, wait. But she was already there. She swung the crowbar down with every ounce of force she had. Marrow caught her wrist mid-swing. Her momentum choked to a stop. Mallory gasped at the sudden pain. Marrow twisted her arm slowly, methodically, until her knees buckled. Harold stumbled forward helplessly. Stop! Leave her alone! Halden, still on the ground, bleeding heavily, forced himself up again with an agonized groan. Lawson raised his empty gun uselessly, shaking uncontrollably. Marrow leaned close to Mallory, expression unreadable. You fight like her. Mallory spat blood in his face. I'm nothing like her. I'm worse. She wrenched her free hand up and slammed her fist into his throat. A perfect, brutal hit. Marrow staggered backward, taken off guard. Mallory scrambled to her feet, grabbing Harold's arm. Move! But Marrow recovered too quickly. His hand snapped out, gripping Mallory's braid, yanking so hard she screamed and dropped to her knees in the mud. Harold lunged. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just moved. He jumped onto Marrow's back, claws digging, arms around the man's throat, desperation overtaking fear. Let her go. Marrow reached behind him with terrifying calm, grabbed Harold by the coat collar, and flung him over his shoulder like a rag doll. Harold hit the ground hard, mud filling his mouth, the world spinning violently. Mallory screamed his name. Harold! Harold tried to rise, his limbs shaking, body refusing, vision swimming. Through the haze, he saw Marrow raise the crowbar, aimed not at him, but at Mallory's skull. Halden wheezed. No, not again. Lawson finally broke. He sprinted toward Marrow, screaming, Stop! 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 Marrow turned and swung the crowbar. It slammed into Lawson's torso with a sickening crack, sending the chief flying backwards across the mud. Lawson collapsed, gasping, blood bubbling at his lips. Harold's heart plummeted. He's going to kill all of us. Mallory crawled toward Harold, shaking. Get up, please, Harold, get up. Harold forced himself to his knees. Marrow strode toward them, crowbar dripping, rain slicking his face. Halden coughed violently, trying once more to stand. His arm twisted at an unnatural angle. He shouted. Finch, Reed, listen, he doesn't care about you. He cares about the drive. Marrow stopped, turned, looked directly at Harold. Something flickered. Focus. Purpose. Harold's hand instinctively pressed against his coat pocket where the drive was hidden. Marrow stepped closer. Each footfall heavy, certain, inevitable. Mallory clutched Harold's sleeve. Give it to me, she whispered. I'll draw him off. Harold shook his head violently. No, I'm not letting you die for this. Marrow's shadow fell over them. He reached down, grabbed Harold by the collar, and lifted him off the ground with one arm. Harold kicked, gasped, choking. Mallory screamed and swung a rock at Marrow's side. It shattered harmlessly against his ribs. Marrow didn't even flinch. He held Harold inches from his face. Give me the drive, Harold gagged. Mallory's eyes filled with terror. Halden shouted, Don't give it to him. Harold choked out. I won't. Marrow tightened his grip. Harold's vision darkened. Mallory sobbed. Put him down. She threw herself onto Marrow again, clawing at his face. Marrow dropped Harold, turning his attention to her. Harold collapsed into the mud, dragging in air that burned like fire. Mallory stumbled backward as Marrow stepped toward her, and Harold saw it. Just behind Marrow, half buried in the mud, dropped earlier in the struggle, the crowbar. Harold crawled toward it, mud swallowing his hands, his legs numb, lungs burning. Marrow loomed over Mallory, raising a fist the size of her skull. Mallory closed her eyes, and Harold grabbed the crowbar. He forced himself upright and swung with everything he had left. Marrow staggered sideways, just enough. Mallory gasped. Harold didn't stop. He swung again, and again, and again. The sound was sickening, heavy metal hitting bone and muscle. Mallory scrambled back, eyes wide with shock. Marrow dropped to one knee. For the first time since the night began, he looked genuinely hurt. Halden shouted, "Finish him, Finch." Harold raised the crowbar, but Marrow surged upward with terrifying speed. He grabbed Harold by the throat. Harold cried out, and Mallory launched herself at Marrow, slamming into his back. Marrow twisted. Halden staggered forward. Lawson, bleeding heavily, pushed himself upright, and the river raged behind them. Marrow dragged both Harold and Mallory toward the water. Halden roared, "No." He hurled himself forward, tackling Marrow's legs. All four of them went down. Thunder cracked. Light exploded across the sky, and Marrow, Harold, Mallory, and Halden tumbled backward into the river. The world became water, cold, dark, violent. Harold couldn't breathe, couldn't see, couldn't tell where Mallory was, couldn't tell which way was up. Hands clawed at the water, bodies collided. The current ripped them apart. Harold surfaced once. Mallow! The current dragged him under again. He reached blindly. Something brushed his fingers, a wrist, Mallory's wrist. He grabbed it and held on like life depended on it, because it did. Mallory screamed underwater, bubbles bursting around her mouth. Marrow's shadow moved beneath them like a shark. Halden thrashed nearby, blood clouding the water. Harold kicked upward. Mallory, kick! They surfaced again for half a second. Marrow's hand erupted from the water toward them, and the river swallowed them all again.
The truth had led them here, to the place where it began, to the place where everything would end. Chapter 15. Dark water crushed Harold from all sides. The river spun him like a toy, smashing him against hidden rocks beneath the surface. His lungs screamed, his vision blurred. Every thought, every instinct, every sense collapsed into a single primal truth. Don't let go of Mallory. Her fingers were tangled desperately with his, slipping, losing strength, tightening again, slipping harder. Her grip the last thread, keeping both of them from vanishing beneath the storm. Harold kicked blindly, dragging them upward. His knees struck rocks. His back scraped something sharp. A current grabbed his leg and yanked him sideways. Mallory's scream exploded into the water as a burst of bubbles. "You have to swim," Harold choked, the words shredded by the river. He dragged her toward a patch of faint moonlight shimmering on the surface, but immediately felt resistance. Something pulling Mallory down. No, someone. Harold twisted underwater and saw Jason Marrow beneath them, eyes open, cold, unblinking, reaching. His hand wrapped around Mallory's ankle again. Her scream turned into a choked, distorted rasp underwater. Harold's mind split with terror. No. He plunged deeper, grabbing her leg, grabbing Marrow's wrist, kicking, struggling, barely keeping hold of anything. Marrow's grip tightened. Mallory convulsed in the water. Harold clawed at Marrow's fingers, nails tearing skin, blood streaming into the river. It did nothing. Marrow dragged them downward another meter, and then Halden hit him from the side like a battering ram. The river exploded with limbs and bubbles as Halden tackled Marrow beneath a submerged boulder, his face twisted with fury and pain. Harold found Mallory's hand again. "Up, Mallory, up!" They burst to the surface, gasping, choking, barely alive.
"Harold, swim, please. We're getting out. I've got you." Harold kicked toward the muddy bank. His legs burned like fire. Mallory clung to him, weak, shaking, eyes filled with terror and fight. Behind them, Halden and Marrow resurfaced, locked in a violent struggle. Marrow slammed Halden's head into a rock. Halden roared in pain. "Go!" Halden screamed at them. "Finch, get her out. Go!" Harold pulled Mallory toward the bank, but a vicious wave slammed them backwards. Mallory's nails tore into Harold's arm as they went under again. Harold fought upward, coughing water, dragging her toward the reeds. They crashed into a half-submerged log. "Grab the log!" Harold yelled. Mallory hooked an arm around it, coughing violently. They clung to it together, coughing up river water. Harold turned in the direction of Halden and Marrow. Through the storm, he saw them. Marrow was on top of Halden now, pounding him, beating him into the riverbed. Halden's face was unrecognizable, his breath ragged. Harold's entire body screamed at him to move, but Mallory grabbed his shirt. "No, Harold, no. I have to help him. He told you to run." Harold hesitated, torn between terror and rage. He looked again at Halden and saw something shift. Halden wasn't trying to fight Marrow's strength anymore. He was searching, feeling blindly, towards something lodged between two rocks, a jagged piece of metal, rusty, sharp. Halden's hand closed around it. Merrill lifted him by the throat, and Halden plunged the metal upward, into Merrill's chest. Merrill jerked, staggered, eyes wide, not with pain, with surprise. Harold whispered, breathless. He got him. Merrill stumbled backward. Halden collapsed into the water, barely conscious. Merrill looked down at the metal lodged deep in his chest. Blood seeped around it, dark and heavy. He took one step toward Halden, then another, then collapsed. Face first into the river, the current seized him instantly, dragged him away. Mallory gasped. Halden sagged backward, coughing blood, clinging to a rock. Harold pushed the log toward the bank. They reached the mud. Harold half-dragged, half-carried Mallory up onto the riverbank, collapsing beside her. Rain drenched them. The storm didn't let up. Their breaths came in painful, broken gasps. Mallory crawled onto her hands and knees, coughing violently. Harold touched her shoulder gently. "Mallory, are you?" She nodded, barely. "I'm okay. I'm okay." She pulled herself up and looked across the river. Halden was slumped on the opposite bank, barely moving, barely alive. "Halden," she whispered. Harold forced himself up. "We have to get to him." Mallory grabbed his arm. "Wait. Harold, look." Harold turned and froze. Chief Lawson stood 10 feet away, soaked, bleeding, gun in hand again. But he wasn't aiming at them. He was aiming across the river, at Halden. Mallory stepped in front of Harold instinctively. "What are you doing?" Lawson's hand shook violently. "I can't let Halden talk," he whispered. "He'll destroy everything. Everything." Harold's voice broke with rage. "He saved us. He saved Mallory. He risked his life." Lawson's face twisted with guilt and panic. I have to protect the department. Protect the town. Protect." The gun trembled wildly. Halden lifted his head weakly. "Lawson, don't you dare." Lawson sobbed. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He steadied his aim. Mallory screamed. "No!" She lunged at Lawson. He fired. The shot cracked across the riverbank. Halden jerked and then slumped. Mallory screamed like a feral animal. Harold froze, shock cracking through his chest. Lawson stared at his smoking weapon like he didn't recognize it, like he hadn't fired it, like the bullet had left his own soul. Oh God, what have I done?" Mallory ran at him, teeth clenched, fists swinging. Lawson dropped the gun and fell to his knees, sobbing, hands raised. I didn't mean, I panicked, I didn't." Mallory hit him, once, twice, a furious storm of grief. Harold grabbed her, pulling her back. Mallory, wait. She collapsed into Harold's arms, shaking violently. Lawson lowered his hands. Rain washed the blood from his face. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm sorry." Harold glared at him. "You killed the only decent man left in this town." Lawson sobbed harder. "I know," Mallory whispered into Harold's shoulder. He killed Halden. Harold held her tightly. The storm raged around them. And behind the river's roar, behind the thunder, behind Mallory's broken sods, Harold felt something else rising inside him. Something sharper, hotter, deadlier than fear. Justice, truth, fury, and a promise. Halden will not have died for nothing. Harold lifted his head, eyes cold, jaw set. "Mallory," he whispered, "we end this. Tonight." She nodded against him. And Lawson, trembling on his knees in the mud, whispered, What do you mean?" Harold turned his gaze toward the collapsed body of Nathaniel Keene floating downriver, and toward the dark horizon where Rockford Hollow slept, unaware of the reckoning coming its way. "You're going to help us expose everything," Lawson blinked. "And if I refuse?" Harold stepped closer, rain dripping from his face, eyes burning with a truth that could no longer be silenced. "Then you'll drown in the same river that took your master." Chapter 16. Rain softened into a steady curtain, a quieter violence after the chaos of the river. The storm hadn't ended, it had simply changed mood, letting the aftermath settle into something raw, trembling, and dangerous. Lawson knelt in the mud, his uniform plastered to his shaking body, eyes fixed on the river, as if the current might wash his guilt away. It didn't. Every ripple reflected the horror of what he'd done, the shot he couldn't take back, the man he'd silenced forever. Mallory leaned against Harold,
one arm wrapped around her ribs, breath shuddering in broken intervals. Her other hand covered her mouth, stifling sobs. Halden's body lay barely visible across the river, half slumped against the rocks. Still, motionless, gone. Harold felt something crack inside him. A grief with teeth, a fury with purpose. Lawson's voice rasped through the rain.
You don't understand. You weren't there 30 years ago. You didn't see what he almost did to us. If Halden talked, if he ever talked, Keen would have destroyed the town, destroy all of us. Mallory hissed, stepping forward. He destroyed us the day he murdered my sister. Lawson flinched, eyes widening. Angela Reed was Mallory Reed. Mallory spat at his boots. My sister died 400 feet from where you're kneeling. And you're still protecting him? Lawson collapsed back onto his hands. I was just a rookie. I didn't know Marrow would beat Halden like that. We thought she died from the fall. We told ourselves that for years. Keen promised she just slipped. Mallory lunged. Harold caught her again. Mallory, stop. She shook violently. He's lying, Harold. He knows he's lying. Harold steadied her shoulders. We're not killing Lawson. Not now. Mallory glared at him. Why? Why the hell not? Harold stepped forward, his voice colder than he'd ever heard it. Because he's going to help us finish this. Lawson swallowed hard. What do you want me to do? Harold crouched to eye level with him. Everything. You are going to tell us every detail of the cover-up, every lie, every order, every threat, every time Marrow cleaned up Keen's mess. Lawson's breath hitched. Harold, if I talk, I won't survive. You don't understand what Keen's family can do. Harold leaned closer, voice dropping to a razor whisper. They can't do anything. Keen's dead. Mallory stepped up beside Harold, eyes red and burning. And Marrow's gone. Halden made sure of that. Lawson's expression twisted in horror. He killed Marrow? Mallory clenched her jaw. No, Marrow killed himself. He just didn't know it yet. Harold didn't blink. You're the last one, Lawson. The last thread in this rotten tapestry. Lawson's breath trembled. He whispered, Then I'm next. Harold nodded. Yes. If you don't help us. Lawson wiped rain from his face with shaking hands. I don't know where to start. Mallory snapped. Start with Angela. Lawson's shoulders sank. He spoke in a thin, trembling voice. She didn't die right away. Mallory gasped. Harold's stomach twisted. Lawson continued, voice cracking with old terror. She was alive when Halden found her. Halden wanted to call EMTs. Keen panicked. Marrow arrived and told us it was an accident we could manage. Keen's father was on the phone yelling, demanding it be contained. He said Halden was a risk. He said... Mallory interrupted, voice trembling with grief and rage. He said to get rid of him. Lawson nodded once. It was supposed to scare him off. Marrow didn't. He didn't believe in half measures. Harold's voice lowered to something dangerous. And you still supported Keen's campaign? Even after seeing what his family did? Lawson squeezed his eyes shut. You think I wanted this life? You think I chose it? The Keens owned this town long before I stepped into uniform. I was trapped, Harold. We all were. Halden tried to fight it, and look what happened to him. Mallory cut him off sharply. You still did it. You helped them. Lawson's voice cracked. I know. He buried his face in his hands. I know. Harold stood tall, eyes fixed on the dark horizon. We're telling the world everything. Lawson looked up. What? How? The DA won't help you. The sheriff won't help you. Everyone with power in this county is tied to the Keens. Harold took a slow breath. The state won't protect corruption. A pause. And the press won't ignore a story like this. Mallory blinked at him. Harold, what press? Harold turned, rain dripping from his face, expression unflinching. The biggest one we can find. Lawson shook his head violently. They won't believe you. You've got nothing but a damaged tape and the word of a disgraced librarian. Harold reached into his cardigan pocket and pulled out the flash drive. Lawson's breath caught. Mallory exhaled shakily. Harold whispered, We have everything. The drive glimmered beneath the rain, the last remaining truth Keen couldn't bury. Lawson stepped backward, panic rising. If that goes public, the entire town falls apart. Harold stepped closer. The town deserves the truth. Mallory stepped beside him. And Angela deserves justice. Lawson's face twisted with grief. I never wanted this. I never wanted any of this. I just wanted a life, a career, a family. Harold's voice cut through his rambling, with a clarity sharp enough to slice the rain itself. You can't undo what happened, but you can choose what happens next. Lawson stared at the drive, then nodded once. What do you want me to do? Harold and Mallory exchanged a look. Harold answered, Take us to the station. Lawson's eyes widened. What? That's suicide. The sheriff. Mallory growled. Not Rockford Hollow Station. State HQ. Lawson froze. You want to drive into the capital tonight? In this storm? With the roads collapsing? Harold stared through the rain. Yes, Lawson swallowed. And if I refuse? Mallory stepped forward, eyes burning. Then you get the same chance you gave Halden. Lawson shut his eyes. I'll drive. Harold exhaled, throat tightening as the weight of everything crashed over him. Halden, dead in the river. Marrow, gone. Keene, drowned. Mallory, alive but shaken. Lawson, broken. And a truth that could burn Rockford Hollow to ash. Harold looked at Mallory. She nodded. Let's finish it. Lawson limped toward the cruiser, bleeding and shaking. Mallory squeezed Harold's hand, not gently, but firmly, like she was anchoring both of them. They stepped into the storm, toward the car, toward the capital, toward the end of 30 years of silence. But as they moved, Harold felt the river's eyes on him. As if the past wasn't done yet, as if another secret waited in the dark. He didn't look back. He didn't need to. Tonight, truth was moving forward, and nothing, not storms, not guilt, not death, was going to stop them. Chapter 17.
The police cruiser lurched onto the flooded back road, tires cutting through torrents of brown water. The windshield wipers thrashed desperately against the storm, barely keeping the world ahead visible. Lawson's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Mallory sat in the passenger seat, still trembling, hair plastered to her bruise-marked face. Harold was in the back, tablet in one hand, flash drive in the other, guard up for the first time in his life. The storm lit the sky in violent pulses. Each flash turned the world stark and skeletal. Trees bent nearly sideways, power lines swaying like execution ropes, flooded ditches invisible until the car dipped dangerously close. Halden's last words echoed in Harold's skull. Finch, finish it. Run. Harold closed his eyes for a moment. Mallory glanced at him through the mirror, her voice a hoarse whisper.
You okay? Harold opened his eyes. No, but I'm alive. Mallory nodded once. That was enough. Lawson spoke suddenly, his voice trembling. We'll hit Route 6 in 2 minutes. After that, it's highway all the way to the capital. Mallory narrowed her eyes at him. You better not be lying. Lawson swallowed. I'm not. I swear. Harold leaned forward. If you try anything at all, we'll know, and I swear on Halden's grave, I won't let you walk away from it. Lawson nodded silently. Fear radiated off him like heat. They drove on. Minutes crawled by. The storm only grew worse. Mallory broke the quiet. You said Keene visited the river when the guilt hit him. Did it ever hit you, Lawson? Lawson's face twisted. Yes, every day. But guilt doesn't undo reality. If Halden had spoken out, if that tape leaked back then, we would have all been destroyed. The department, the mayor's office, this whole town. We told ourselves protecting the town meant protecting the people. Mallory scoffed bitterly. You protected monsters. Lawson didn't argue. Harold stared at the back of Lawson's seat. What made you break tonight? Lawson's voice cracked. You too, fighting, running, refusing to die quietly. Halden throwing himself at Marrow to save you. He clenched his jaw. I saw what I should have been, what I could have been. Mallory looked away, shaking. The cruiser climbed a small hill, and Mallory suddenly tensed. Lawson, slow down. Lawson hesitated. Why? Just slow down. He hit the brake. The cruiser slid slightly before stabilizing. Mallory pointed through the rain-fogged windshield. A tree had collapsed across the road, blocking it completely. Harold swallowed. "Can we go around?" Lawson shook his head. "No, the ditch on either side is flooded. If we try, we'll tip." Mallory cursed under her breath. "So what, we walk?" Lawson looked terrified at the idea. "In this storm? A mile hike? With Harold injured and you barely standing? We won't make it." Mallory turned to Harold. "What do we do?" Harold breathed deeply. "We could double back, try the Ridgeway Road." Lawson shook his head again. "That road washed out 2 hours ago. There's only one option." Harold frowned. "What?" Lawson looked at him through the mirror. "We go through the forest." Harold blinked. "In the car?" Lawson nodded. "There's a fire road. Unmarked, old. I've used it a few times, when responding to calls the mayor didn't want logged. It'll lead us out past the tree fall." Mallory narrowed her eyes. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lawson exhaled shakily. "Because I hoped we wouldn't need it. Because once we hit that fire road, there's no going back. It's narrow, it's dangerous. If we slip off the path, we flip. The radio won't work. If the car breaks down, we walk blind." Harold swallowed. "And Merrill's gone. Keen's dead. It's just us," Lawson whispered. "And the storm." Silence swept the car. Harold finally broke it. "We do it." Mallory nodded firmly. "Yes." Lawson hesitated. "Are you sure?" Harold leaned forward, voice iron. "You killed Halden. You're fixing it." Lawson flinched, then nodded. He threw the cruiser into reverse, skidded around, and peeled off onto a small gravel path, swallowed by trees. Branches scraped against the sides of the cruiser like fingernails. Mud splashed up past the windows. The fire road twisted wildly, barely wide enough to fit the vehicle. Mallory gripped the dash. "Lawson, slow down." "I am slowing down." Harold braced himself against the front seat. "Mallory, look." She followed his gaze. In the distance, through the trees, a single pair of headlights, stationary, parked on the fire road. Lawson slammed the brakes. The cruiser skidded to a stop. Thunder rolled. Mallory whispered, "Who the hell is that?" Harold stared, breath catching, because the headlights weren't random. The cruiser ahead wasn't abandoned. It was idling, door wide open, lights on. Harold's voice trembled. "Someone's blocking the fire road." Lawson's face drained of all color. No, this wasn't supposed to." Mallory grabbed her crowbar. "Who is it, Lawson?" He didn't answer. Harold leaned close to him. "Lawson." Lawson whispered, "Sheriff Tate." Mallory stiffened. "The sheriff? Why would he?" Lawson gripped the steering wheel so hard it groaned. "Because the Keens didn't only own the police. They own the sheriff's office too." Harold whispered, "He knows we're coming." Mallory swallowed. "And he's waiting." Silence, rain, headlights. A figure stepped out from behind the sheriff's cruiser. Tall, broad, hat pulled low against the rain, hand resting on a holstered sidearm. Sheriff Conrad Tate. Lawson whispered, voice cracking, "My God, he's between us and the Capitol." Mallory gripped the door handle. Harold felt the truth settle like a weight in his bones. They hadn't escaped the Keene family's reach. They'd driven straight into the hands of another monster who'd spent 30 years protecting the same secret. Tate raised a megaphone to his mouth. His voice boomed through the forest. "Chief Lawson, Mallory Reed, Harold Finch, step out of the vehicle." Harold's heart stopped. Mallory whispered, "Harold, what do we do?" Despite the terror, clawing up his throat, despite the storm, despite everything, Harold answered, "We finish what Halden started." Chapter 18. The cruiser stood motionless on the flooded fire road, engine idling, a steel coffin between towering black trees. Rain hammered the roof like fists. Lightning flickered, briefly illuminating Sheriff Conrad Tate, a broad silhouette carved from authority and rot, standing in front of his vehicle with a megaphone in hand. His voice boomed again through the storm. "Everyone in the cruiser, step out, slowly." Harold froze. Lawson's hands tightened around the wheel, until his knuckles turned white. Mallory's fingers curled around the crowbar in her lap, the metal still streaked with mud and blood. Harold whispered, "Lawson, does he know about the drive?" Lawson nodded bleakly. "He knows. He knows everything." Mallory's jaw clenched. Then this is a trap. Lawson shook his head. This is a cleanup. Harold swallowed, throat dry despite the humidity. Mallory leaned toward Lawson. If he wanted us dead, he'd have shot the engine already. Lawson shook his head harder. No. Tate likes to talk. He likes to hear himself give choices he doesn't mean. He's going to offer us a deal first, then he'll kill us anyway. Harold stared at the sheriff's silhouette, unmoving in the rain, strong, solid, untouched by the storm. Mallory whispered, Halden once told me Tate was worse than Lawson. Lawson whispered back, he is. The megaphone echoed again. Last warning, exit the vehicle. Harold met Mallory's eyes. She nodded. They stepped out together. Rain hammered instantly against their skin, soaking them to the bone. Mallory raised the crowbar slightly, just enough to feel its weight. Lawson stepped out last, limping, shoulders sagging in defeat. Sheriff Tate lowered the megaphone. He studied them one by one, expression unreadable beneath the brim of his hat. Well, look at this mess, Mallory spat. You're part of it. Tate tilted his head, amused. Darlin', I'm part of every mess in Rockford Hollow. Always have been. Harold felt anger rise hot in his throat. What do you want? Tate smiled at him, the kind of smile that never touched the eyes. Finch, the quiet librarian, a chuckle. You caused quite a stir tonight. Mallory stepped closer to Harold protectively. He's not who you need to worry about. Tate lifted his hand gently, as if calming a crowd that wasn't there. I don't want harm. I want order. Lawson barked a bitter laugh. You want power. Tate shrugged. Same thing. Rain whipped sideways as wind cut through the trees. Harold stepped forward. We're going to the state capitol to expose everything. Keen, narrow, the cover-up. Angela, Halden, your part in it. All of it. Tate nodded slowly, like Harold had confirmed a mild suspicion. I figured that. Mallory glared. Then step aside. Tate smiled again. No. He rested his hand casually on his holster. Lawson froze. Mallory tensed. Harold's blood turned to ice. Tate's tone softened. Let's be reasonable now. Y'all hand over the drive, come with me to the station, and we sort this out quietly. Protect the town. Protect yourselves. Mallory snarled. You want to bury it. Tate shrugged. I want to bury you if I have to. Harold stepped forward, voice shaking with fury. This isn't your town anymore. Tate's brows lifted. Oh? And whose town is it? Harold reached into his pocket. Mallory's breath caught. Lawson stiffened. Harold pulled out the flash drive. Tate's eyes sharpened instantly. The momentary softness vanished. His voice dropped to a growl. Give it to me. Harold didn't blink. No. Thunder cracked. The forest lit white, then dark again. Tate sighed. Shame. He reached for his holster. Mallory surged forward. Harold grabbed her arm. Too late. Gunfire exploded. Mallory ducked behind the cruiser, dragging Harold down with her. Lawson screamed and dropped behind the front tire. Tate yelled, You ain't walking out of these woods. None of you. Harold yanked Mallory back behind the cruiser's rear door. You okay? Mallory's breathing was ragged. Yeah, just fucking move. Tate fired again, bullets sparking against the cruiser frame. Harold shouted, We need cover. Mallory pointed toward a collapsed pine tree a few meters ahead. There. They sprinted. Tate fired. The bark beside Harold's head exploded. They dove behind the fallen tree. Lawson crawled toward them awkwardly, dragging a leg. He's going to kill us. He's going to kill all of us. Mallory grabbed his collar. Shut up. Move. Tate's boots squelched in the mud as he advanced. His voice boomed. This was always coming, Lawson. You dig in the dirt long enough, the dirt digs back. Mallory whispered to Harold, Give me the drive. Harold blinked. What? Why? Do it. Harold hesitated but placed it in her palm. She tucked it into her boot. Then she whispered, We split. Harold's eyes widened. Mallory, no. She grabbed his chin. We have one thing Tate doesn't. What? She smirked weakly. A librarian with a hell of a right hook. Harold whispered fiercely, I'm not leaving you. She smiled. I'm not leaving you either. Another gunshot cracked the air. They flinched. Mallory whispered fast, You go left, draw his fire. I circle behind. Harold's heart thundered. That's suicide. She shook her head. That's tactics. Lawson whimpered. He'll kill us. Mallory snapped. Lawson. Shut the fuck up. Tate's voice cut through the rain. You kids done whispering? I got all night. Harold inhaled, exhaled, nodded. Okay. Mallory touched his shoulder. You saved me. Let me save us. Harold's throat tightened. Be careful. Mallory's voice softened. You too, Harold Finch. They split. Harold sprinted left through the undergrowth. Tate spotted movement and fired. Harold ducked, slipped in the mud, rolled behind a thicket of wet ferns. Tate's heavy boots approached. Closer, closer. Mallory moved silently around the opposite side, circling through the trees. Tate called, You ain't heroes, you're footnotes. Forgotten before dawn. Harold clenched his fists. No, he whispered. That was Angela. Tate turned at the noise. Mallory lunged from behind a tree. She slammed the crowbar into Tate's back. Tate roared, stumbling forward. Harold charged. Mallory swung again. Tate twisted. The crowbar hit his arm. His gun dropped into the mud. Lawson, get the gun, Mallory screamed. Lawson stared at it, frozen. Tate will kill you next, Mallory shrieked. Lawson scrambled desperately toward the weapon. Tate swung a wild elbow at Mallory. She ducked. Harold drove his shoulder into Tate's ribs. Tate crashed to the ground with Harold on top of him. Harold yelled, Mallory, now. She kicked Tate in the face. He growled, spitting blood. Lawson finally grabbed the gun, hands shaking violently. Mallory, Finch, move. They rolled aside. Tate rose to his knees, arms up. Lawson aimed at him, sobbing. Don't make me. Don't. Tate cut him off. You won't shoot me. You never could. He stood fully, towering again. Mallory whispered, Lawson. Lawson trembled. Tate smirked. You always were weak, and that did it. Lawson fired. Once, twice, 3 times. Tate staggered backward, looked at Lawson in disbelief, then fell, face first, silent, still. Harold couldn't breathe for a moment. Lawson collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. Mallory leaned against a tree, panting. Harold stumbled to her, gripping her shoulders. You okay? She nodded slowly. Then her expression changed, tightened, darkened. Harold turned and saw Tate's hand twitch. Mallory screamed, Harold, move! Too late. Sheriff Tate, half dead, pulled a second backup pistol from his ankle holster, raised it, aimed at Harold, fired. Mallory threw herself into Harold's arms. Something hot sprayed across Harold's cheek. Mallory gasped. Her body sagged. Harold caught her, held her, eyes wide with horror. Mallory! She slumped in his arms. Blood bloomed across her side. Harold screamed. Mallory! Tate collapsed fully this time, dead. Lawson fell to his knees. Oh God, oh God. Harold held Mallory tightly, shaking violently. No, no, Mallory, stay with me, stay. Her lips trembled. Harold, finish it. Mallory, open your eyes. She lifted a blood-soaked hand to his cheek. You saved me once. Do it again. Her eyes fluttered, closed. Harold's breath shattered into pieces. No, no, Mallory! He pressed his hand to her wound. Lawson, help me. Lawson scrambled toward them, hands trembling, face ashen. I don't know what to do. Harold screamed. Help me now. Lawson tore off his jacket and pressed it against her side, trying to stem the bleeding. Harold cradled her, forehead against hers. Mallory's voice was barely a whisper, drifting away. Don't let them win, Harold sobbed. I won't. I swear I won't. The rain fell harder. Tate was dead. Mara was dead. Keene was dead. Halden was dead. And Mallory was slipping away. Harold clutched the truth in his pocket and whispered through tears, Please, please don't die. But he didn't know if she could hear him anymore. Chapter 19. A world shrank to a storm-drenched patch of forest floor, mud, pine needles, Mallory's blood pooling black beneath the rain. Harold's hands shook violently as he pressed Lawson's jacket harder against her side. Her breaths came in thin, ragged threads, each one weaker than the last. Harold leaned close to her ear. Mallory, stay with me, please. Don't you dare. Her eyelids fluttered. Her lips barely moved. Harold. Lawson knelt opposite them, trembling so hard his teeth chattered. She needs a hospital. She needs one now. We need to move. Harold snapped. Then get the car. Lawson jolted like he'd been slapped and scrambled toward the cruiser, slipping in the mud. Mallory's body spasmed. Harold held her tighter. You're not dying here. You hear me? Not after everything. Not after we came this far. Mallory's voice was a faint breath. You promised finish it. Harold shook his head violently. No, Mallory, we finish it together. You're going to the Capitol with me. You're going to walk into the DA's office and tell them what they did to Angela. You're going to see Keene's empire fall to ashes. I'm not doing this without you. She blinked slowly. A weak tear slid down her temple. Harold pressed his forehead to hers. I need you. Stay. Lawson's shout cut through the storm. The engine, it won't start. Harold snapped up. What? Lawson stumbled back toward them, soaked and shaking. It stalled when we hit the mud. Water must have. Harold, it's dead. It's dead. Harold's pulse spiked. We need to get her off this road. Mallory tried to speak, but blood pooled at the corner of her mouth. Harold wiped it away with shaking fingers. Don't talk. Just breathe. He looked at Lawson. Where's the nearest building? Anything. Lawson swallowed. The old ranger station, 1/2 mile through the woods. Does it have a radio? Yes, but the storm might. Harold didn't let him finish. Show me. He slid his arms beneath Mallory, lifting her as gently as he could. She winced in agony. I've got you, he whispered. I've got you. Her hand clutched weakly at his shirt. Lawson pointed a shaking flashlight beam into the tree line. This way, follow the ridge. Harold moved as fast as the mud and weight would allow, Mallory's head resting against his shoulder, her breaths shallow and uneven. Lightning forked through the sky. The forest shook with thunder. But all Harold heard was the faint, fading inhale against his neck. Mallory was slipping. He couldn't let her. Not her. Not after Angela. Not after Halden. Not after everything. They pushed through the trees, branches whipping Harold's face. Roots threatened to trip him with every step. His back screamed from Mallory's weight, but he didn't slow. Lawson stumbled behind him, panting. We're close, maybe 200 meters. Just keep. A sound cut him off. A branch cracked. Not from wind, from weight. Harold froze. Mallory stirred weakly. What? Lawson whispered. We're not alone. Harold's skin crawled. In the darkness between the trees, something shifted. A silhouette. Slow, deliberate. Lawson raised the failing flashlight. The beam flickered and revealed a man, dripping, bleeding, face pale and empty. Sheriff Tate. Harold's heart stopped. Mallory gasped in his arms. Lawson screamed, No, he's dead. I shot him. Harold, I shot him. He was. Tate lurched forward, steps uneven, blood running down his chest. His gun hand was empty. His badge glinted under the lightning. Harold stepped backward, clutching Mallory tighter. What do you want? He whispered hoarsely. Tate's voice gurgled, thick with blood. They'd drive. Mallory's eyes cracked open. No, Harold, don't. Tate staggered closer. Lawson stumbled behind a tree, voice breaking into panic. He's not alive. He's not dead. Harold, run. Harold tried, but the mud sucked at his feet. Mallory's weight slowed him. Tate reached out a trembling hand. Back. Mallory coughed blood. Harold, keep going. Harold's breaths came in frantic bursts. He couldn't fight Tate and carry Mallory. He couldn't outrun a dying man fueled by desperation. He couldn't put her down. Lightning struck a nearby tree with a violent crack. Tate flinched and collapsed to one knee. Harold seized the moment. He ran. All strength, all instinct. Mallory's life in his arms. Tate clawed at the ground, trying to stand. Harold didn't look back. The ranger station appeared through the tree line. A small shack perched on stilts above the mud, old floodlights dangling from the roof. Lawson sobbed with relief. There, it's there. Harold crashed up the steps, kicked open the door, and carried Mallory inside. The station was dark, cold, empty, unintact. A dusty emergency radio sat on a metal desk. Harold laid Mallory on a cot, his hands slick with her blood. Her breath rattled. Stay with me, Mallory. Don't you fucking leave me. Lawson grabbed the radio. Static. Come on. Harold pressed a blanket to her wound. Keep breathing. Just keep breathing. Mallory's eyes fluttered. Her voice was a whisper made of threads. Harold, finish it. No, we finish it. She managed the smallest smile. And then, footsteps, slow, dragging, coming up the wooden stairs outside. Lawson screamed, "He followed us! Harold, he followed us!" Harold grabbed Mallory's hand with one shaking hand and with the other grabbed the crowbar from the floor. He positioned himself between Mallory and the door. The footsteps reached the porch, paused. The wooden door creaked as Tate's silhouette filled the doorway again. Harold raised the crowbar, shaking but unbroken. "You want the drive?" Tate bled down his uniform, swaying. "Give it now!" Harold stepped forward. "No." He tightened his grip. "Come take it." Tate lunged. Harold swung. The door slammed shut behind them, and the storm swallowed all sound. Chapter 20. A ranger station door crashed inward under Tate's weight, splinters exploding across the floor. Harold braced himself, crowbar raised, heart battering his ribs like it wanted to escape his chest. Tate, bleeding out, eyes glassy but burning with a final murderous instinct, lurched through the doorway. Harold swung. Fast, hard, desperate. The crowbar smashed across Tate's forearm with a wet crack. Tate grunted but didn't fall, didn't even flinch. He swung his other arm wildly and slammed Harold into the wall. Harold's head cracked against the wood. The world flashed white. Mallory gasped from the cot. Lawson screamed, "Harold!" Harold dropped to a knee, vision swimming. Tate towered above him, blood pouring from multiple wounds, face twisted into something half-human, half-final rage. Tate leaned down, voice a ruined hiss. "The drive? Give it!" Harold spat blood. "No." Tate grabbed Harold's throat. Harold choked, fingers clawing at the crushing pressure. Mallory tried to rise from the cot, crying out as pain ripped through her. "Let him go!" Tate turned toward her. Just enough of a shift. Harold seized the opening. He slammed the crowbar upward into Tate's jaw. Tate roared, stumbling backward. Harold lunged, gripping the crowbar with both hands. He charged Tate like a battering ram. They collided. Both men slammed through the ranger station's back door, crashing onto the porch and rolling into the mud below. Thunder ripped open the sky. Rain hammered them. Tate crawled, one hand clutching his shattered jaw, the other reaching blindly for Harold. Harold rose slowly, mud dripping from his face. He could barely stand, but he stood anyway. Tate growled, voice mangled. "You don't understand." Harold staggered toward him. "I understand perfectly." Tate grabbed Harold's ankle and yanked him down. Both men hit the mud again, grappling in the rain, slipping, clawing, choking. Tate lunged with surprising strength for a dying man, pressing Harold's face toward the waterlogged earth. Harold's lungs screamed. He squirmed, elbowed, kicked. Nothing. Mud filled his nose, his mouth. Darkness rippled at the edge of his vision. Tate whispered in his ear through broken teeth, "You die. The truth dies." Harold's fingers brushed something. A broken shard of glass from the shattered lantern earlier. He clenched it, swung blindly behind him, and felt it sink into flesh. Tate screamed, a raw, animal sound, and released his grip. Harold rolled away, gasping, coughing mud and blood. Tate staggered to his feet, clutching his side. "You little rat." Harold rose, barely. "You killed Angela. You killed Halden. You shot Mallory. You tried to bury the truth for 30 years. Harold lifted the crowbar. "And you think I'm the one who should die?" Tate charged, swinging wildly. Harold ducked, twisted, and drove the crowbar into Tate's ribs. The sheriff stumbled, breath ragged. Harold stepped forward. One more strike. But Tate, impossibly, grabbed the crowbar shaft. Harold stared in shock. Tate hissed, "You're weak." Harold's voice was a whisper. "I'm not alone." A gunshot cracked the air behind them. Tate jerked. A bloom of red opened across his shoulder. Harold turned. Mallory stood in the doorway, barely standing, barely conscious, Lawson holding her upright as she held the pistol in trembling hands. Her voice was almost inaudible. "You shot me." "Now I shoot you." Tate roared and lunged toward her, furious and unstoppable. Harold moved without thinking. He threw himself in front of her. Tate's full weight slammed into Harold, knocking them both off the porch and down the embankment. They tumbled, rolled, crashed into the mud again. Harold landed hard, ribs screaming. Tate fell beside him, face contorted, breath wet and gurgling. He reached for Harold one last time. The dying sheriff rasped, "The truth will die with you." Harold grabbed the crowbar. "No," he whispered, "it won't." He swung. Once, twice. The third strike ended it. Silence swallowed the forest. Rain softened. Thunder drifted away. Harold let the crowbar fall beside Tate's motionless body. His chest heaved. His arms shook. His face streamed with rain and tears and blood and mud. He whispered, "It's over." But then he remembered. Mallory. Harold scrambled up the embankment, slipping, clawing, gasping. He reached the ranger station porch. Mallory was slumped against the doorway, eyes half open, her face ghost pale. Lawson pressed a makeshift dressing to her wound, frantic. "She's fading. Harold, she's fading fast. We need an ambulance. Now." Harold dropped to his knees beside her and cupped her cheek. "Mallory, look at me. Please, look at me." Her eyes moved weakly toward him. Her voice barely existed. "Harold!" He held her hand tight. "I'm here. I'm right here." She exhaled shallowly. "Is he?" "Gone. It's done. We finished it." She smiled faintly, barely, the smallest flicker of relief. Then she whispered something that shattered him. "Good. Then I can rest." Harold's breath seized. "No, Mallory, stay with me, stay with me." Her eyes fluttered, closed for a second too long. "Lawson, keep pressure on her." Lawson sobbed. I'm trying. Oh God, oh God." Harold pressed his forehead to hers. "Mallory, listen to me. You're going to live. You hear me? You're going to live." Her lips trembled. "Harold, keep your promise." He gasped. "What promise?" "Finish it." He gripped her tighter. "I will, but not without you. Not without you." Her eyes began to close again. Harold shook her. "Mallory, stay awake. Mallory." Thunder rumbled softly in the distance. A faint glimmer of dawn touched the edge of the trees. Mallory's chest rose, then fell, then rose again, weaker. Lawson cried out, "The radio! Harold, the radio's alive! Someone's responding!" Harold didn't look away from Mallory. She whispered one final time, almost soundless. "Don't let me go." Harold held her hand to his heart. "I won't." He looked at Lawson. "Tell them to bring everything. Helicopter, paramedics, state police." Then he whispered into Mallory's hair. "You're not dying. Not tonight. Not after everything. Do you hear me, Mallory?" Her breathing faltered, stopped, started again, a shallow gasp. Harold's tears hit her cheek. He tightened his grip as if he could hold her life inside her by force alone. And as sirens faintly began to whisper through the storm in the distance, Harold Finch made another promise. One louder, sharper, more dangerous than all the others. "If you die, Mallory, then every last one of them dies with you." Chapter 21. A ranger station flickered under the dim emergency bulb, its weak yellow glow trembling with every gust of wind. Outside, the forest groaned under the last remnants of the storm. Inside, Harold knelt on the wet wooden floor, Mallory's head resting in his lap, her breaths uneven and fragile. The radio crackled again. A dispatcher's voice broke through the haze. "Copy. 2 injured? Confirm coordinates. Helicopter en route. ETA, 15 minutes. Lawson was still at the radio, trembling, his soaked uniform clinging to him like guilt. His hand gripped the microphone with white knuckles. Yes, 2 critically injured. Send everything." Harold didn't move, didn't look up, didn't trust the world to hold itself together, unless he held Mallory exactly as she was. Mallory's eyelids fluttered. Her voice came with the brush of air against glass. 15 minutes is long." Harold's throat tightened painfully. "I won't let you go." She managed a weak, pained laugh. "You're stubborn." Harold wiped rain and blood from her cheek with trembling fingers. "So are you. Now stay awake. Look at me." But her gaze kept drifting, her body sagging heavier against him. Lawson limped toward them, still clutching the radio handset. "I don't know if she's going to make it, Harold. We need pressure on the wound, constant pressure," Harold snarled without looking up. "Then do it." Lawson fell to his knees beside them and pressed a folded blanket against Mallory's side with both hands. His face twisted with horror as more blood seeped through the fabric. Mallory winced in pain, grabbing Harold's sleeve. "Harold, I'm here," he whispered immediately. "I'm not leaving." Her fingers curled weakly, cold. Harold pulled his cardigan off despite the freezing air, wrapped it around her, and held her tight. "We're almost out," he whispered. "We're almost out, Mallory." Lightning cracked faintly in the distance, soft now, like the storm was exhausted. Mallory's head dropped slightly as her strength slipped. "Mallory, hey, Mallory, look at me." Her eyes opened, barely. "Harold, did we do it?" Harold nodded, even though the truth was more complicated than victory. "Yes, we did it." "Good." Harold brushed her hair back. "Stay with me so you can see how it ends." Her lips moved slowly. "It ends when you're safe." His chest broke. "I'm only safe if you are." She smiled a tiny, fading smile. "Liar." Her eyes began to close. Harold shook her gently. "No, no, Mallory, stay awake. Look at me. Look at me." Her eyes opened halfway, barely there. "You saved me." Harold pressed his forehead to hers. "And I'm going to do it again." Her breathing slowed. Lawson whispered, "Harold, she's crashing." Harold didn't move. He cradled Mallory tighter, gave her his voice like a lifeline. "You're not dying. Not after all this. Not after you fought harder than every one of them. Not after your sister lost her life to these monsters. Not after Halden died to save us. Not after I." His voice broke. "Not after I found you again." She tried to smile. "You're dramatic." Harold let out a broken laugh. "Good, that's good. Keep talking." But her eyes drifted. Mallory whispered, "Sing." Harold blinked through tears. "What?" Mallory's voice was almost nothing. "Sing something. Keep me awake." Harold swallowed. He wasn't a singer. His voice shook, but he leaned close to her ear and whispered the first thing that came to mind. A shaky, half-remembered melody his mother used to hum when he was scared as a child. A lullaby. Soft, broken, but steady. Lawson looked away, tears cutting clean streaks through the mud on his face. Harold kept singing. Mallory kept breathing. Barely. Lawson jerked upright. "Harold, the helicopter, it's close." Harold didn't stop singing. Mallory's lips parted, whispering, "Don't stop. I won't." The helicopter's floodlight cut through the forest canopy in a sweeping arc, illuminating the ranger station in harsh white. Mallory's eyes twitched at the brightness. "Mallory," Harold whispered urgently. "They're here. Stay with me. Just a little longer. Come on." She exhaled a weak sigh. "Harold." Yes, I'm here. Don't let go. I won't." Her fingers squeezed his weakly, barely a movement, but still there. Still fighting. 4 paramedics rushed into the ranger station, soaked and shouting instructions. One grabbed Harold's shoulder, trying to pry him away. "Sir, we need space," Harold snapped. "She needs pressure on the wound. Don't you dare lift that blanket yet." A paramedic nodded. "We won't. Let us take over." Harold forced himself to let go, only slightly, only enough for the medics to slide into position. Mallory's hand reached out blindly toward him. He grabbed it instantly. "I'm here." The medics laid her flat, applied gauze, stabilized her breathing, inserted an IV. One looked at Harold and Lawson. "She's critical. We need to move, now. Who's coming with us?" Harold didn't hesitate. "I am." Lawson didn't speak, didn't argue, just stepped back into the shadows of the station and watched. As they strapped Mallory to the stretcher, she whispered one last time before slipping into unconsciousness. "Finish it." Harold squeezed her hand. "I will. I promise." The medics lifted her, carrying her into the night. Harold followed, blood and rain streaking down his face. As the helicopter's rotors spun up, wind tearing through the clearing, the truth hit him like a wave. Mallory's life now hung in the balance, and Harold Finch was about to walk into a war. Not a physical one, a political one, a legal one. A war of corruption, legacy, and buried crimes. A war Halden died for. Angela died for. Mallory might still die for. Harold climbed into the helicopter beside her, gripping the metal seat with blood-slick hands. He looked at the flash drive in his palm, the tiny piece of plastic, holding the truth of 30 years of horror. He whispered, "End of sentence." "Whatever it takes," and the helicopter rose into the stormlit sky. Chapter 22.
The helicopter tore upward through the storm, blades hammering the night air into a violent roar. Rain streaked across the windshield in frantic diagonal lines. The interior lights glowed a cold medical blue, casting Mallory in a pale, ghost-soft shimmer as paramedics worked to stabilize her. Harold sat strapped to the fold-down seat beside her stretcher, fingers locked around her hand like he was afraid death itself might try to pry them apart. Mallory's breathing stuttered beneath an oxygen mask, each inhale a weak flicker, each exhale a ghost. A paramedic leaned over her, voice clipped and urgent.
"She's losing too much blood. BP is crashing again. Get the second line in now." Another paramedic cursed under his breath. "Storm's not helping. Pressure keeps dropping. Come on, Reed. Stay with us." Harold could barely hear them. Every sound, rotor blades, wind, the radio chatter, blurred behind the pounding of his own heartbeat. Mallory's hand twitched weakly. Harold leaned close. "I'm here. I'm right here. Don't stop fighting, Mallory, please." Her eyelids fluttered. Her voice rasped through the oxygen mask. "Arnold?" "Yes, I'm here." She swallowed weakly. "We finish it." Harold nodded, eyes burning. "We will. I swear we will." Her hand relaxed, not limp, but weaker. The paramedic placed a firm hand on Harold's shoulder. "Sir, let us work." Harold forced himself to ease his grip by a fraction, but his hand stayed wrapped around hers.
20 minutes later, the East Hill Medical Center blazed into view below, bright white and floodlit against the fading storm. The helicopter banked sharply.
Touchdown in 60 seconds. Trauma team standing by. Harold's stomach dropped with the sudden descent. Mallory didn't react. Harold squeezed her hand harder. "Mallory, Mallory, look at me." Her eyes cracked open, barely. Blue, sky. Harold frowned. "What?" She whispered something again, too soft to hear. The paramedic leaned forward. "She's slipping into hypovolemic shock. Keep her talking if you can." Harold nodded, forcing his voice steady. "Mallory, you said something. Say it again." Her lips moved. "Blue, sky, museum." Harold's eyes widened. The State History Museum, where Angela had been doing her internship, where she'd made her final appointment the day she died, where Harold worked now. Mallory wasn't rambling. She was pointing him somewhere. A clue, a warning, or a final truth. Harold nodded, tears running sideways along his face from the wind. "I understand. I won't forget." But Mallory's eyes drifted closed again. "Mallory, hey, Mallory, keep your eyes open, please." A paramedic called out. "She's unresponsive. Move, move." The helicopter slammed down on the hospital rooftop. The doors flew open. Floodlights blinded Harold. Rain and wind whipped through the cabin. A trauma team rushed in. "Go, go, go. She's critical. Keep pressure. Don't lift the mask." They unstrapped Mallory and began rolling her out. Harold forced himself to stand, stumbling after them. A doctor blocked his path. "Sir, you need to stay back. We'll update you." Harold shoved past him. "No, no, I stay with her." Security reached out to stop him, but the trauma nurse held out a hand. "Let him come. He's not the problem." Harold followed the stretcher at a half-run through the rooftop doors, down a corridor lined with gleaming lights and antiseptic stench. Mallory's face bounced gently with every step, her breathing barely visible. Harold whispered through clenched teeth, "You promised me you wouldn't leave, and I'm holding you to that." Mallory didn't react. As the trauma team pushed the stretcher into emergency surgery doors, a nurse turned and grabbed Harold's sleeve. "You can't go any further." Harold froze at the threshold. Mallory disappeared behind steel doors. A red light flashed above them. Surgery in progress. The sound hit him harder than any punch. He collapsed onto a bench, blood still drying on his arms. Lawson stumbled through the corridor moments later, drenched and hollow-eyed. A security guard flanked him, but didn't restrain him. Lawson saw Harold, stopped, and whispered, "Is she alive?" Harold didn't look at him. He stared at the surgery doors, jaw clenched. Yes, a beat. Lawson swallowed. I told them everything. Harold finally turned his head. Everything? Lawson nodded. Yes, everything. The DA's team is already mobilizing. Federal agents are flying in. They know about Keene, about Marrow, Tate, the cover-up. They know about Angela Reed, about Halden, about... Harold stood abruptly. Lawson flinched like Harold had hit him. Harold stepped forward, slowly, deliberately. Lawson's voice cracked. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I know I won't get it, but I told them the truth. Harold stared at him, then said quietly, Good. Lawson blinked. Good? Harold nodded once. Now pray she survives it. Lawson's shoulders sagged. I am. Harold stepped past him, leaning both hands on the window of the surgery room, watching surgeons move like ghosts behind the glass. The storm outside finally broke into a pale, bruised sunrise. Harold whispered, I finished my promise. Now she has to finish hers. He pressed his forehead to the cool glass. Stay alive, Mallory. Stay alive. Behind him, the corridor buzzed with incoming state police, federal agents, and administrators demanding statements. The world outside was about to explode with scandal, arrests, and revelations. But Harold didn't turn. Not while the woman who survived hell was still fighting behind a door he couldn't open. Not while Angela Reed's last witness lay dying. Not while the truth hung on a thread called Mallory Reed.
And as the red surgery light blinked its steady warning, Harold Finch waited. For justice, for survival, for Mallory, for whatever remained on the other side of 30 years of lies. Chapter 23. Harold Finch didn't know how long he'd been standing, hands pressed flat against the surgery window, eyes fixed on the blur of blue scrubs and silver tools behind the glass. Time dissolved into a thick, nauseating fog. The hallway outside East Hill Medical Center's trauma ring buzzed with frantic movement. Agents arriving, administrators whispering, police exchanging shocked, nervous glances, but Harold heard none of it. His world had narrowed to a heartbeat. Mallory's. Her blood still streaked his hands. He refused to wash it off. A door clicked behind him. Lawson stood there, sagging against the wall, flanked by 2 federal investigators. His hands were cuffed loosely in front of him. Not tightly enough for restraint, but enough to mark him as a witness under guard. One agent, tall, mid-40s, sharp eyes that missed nothing, stepped forward. Mr. Finch, I'm Special Agent Pierce. We need your full statement as soon as possible. Harold didn't turn. Pierce tried again. Mr. Finch, Harold whispered without looking away.
Later, Pierce hesitated. The woman beside him, Agent Ramirez, tilted her head slightly. His partner is in surgery, Pierce. Leave him. Pierce exhaled, relented, and stepped back. Harold didn't thank them, didn't acknowledge them, didn't move. He pressed his fingers harder into the glass. Inside the operating theater, the surgeon leaned over Mallory's body, blood pooling on the table. A nurse handed him another clamp. They moved with the brutal grace that only comes from fighting for someone's life. Harold whispered, You said you'd stay. Please, don't make me do the rest of this alone. 40 minutes passed, or maybe an hour, or maybe 10 lifetimes. A chair squeaked behind him. Lawson sat down heavily, nursing a cup of water he didn't drink. His eyes were swollen, his lips trembling. He spoke without looking up. Taking me into protective custody after this. Witness protection, maybe? Depends how much the DA thinks my testimony is worth. Harold didn't respond. Lawson swallowed hard. Your drive was enough. Combined with my statement, they're burning the whole tree down. Keene's father, the donors, the police board, the entire rotten root system. Harold remained silent. Lawson's voice cracked. I told them everything, I swear. Even things Halden didn't know. Still nothing. Lawson's hands shook around the cup. I'm not asking for forgiveness. Harold, I just need you to know that Harold finally spoke. You didn't do it for me. Lawson's jaw tightened. No, I didn't. A long silence. Finally, Harold added, But you did it. Lawson closed his eyes. Yes. Harold didn't look away from the glass. I don't forgive you. Lawson nodded. I know. Harold's voice lowered. But I don't hate you. Lawson's breath hitched. He bowed his head. Thank you. Harold didn't answer. It wasn't gratitude. It wasn't reconciliation. It was simply truth. And after 30 years of lies, truth mattered more than vengeance. The red surgery light turned off. Harold's spine snapped straight. He surged to his feet. The trauma surgeon stepped out, peeling off gloves streaked with Mallory's blood. His face was unreadable. His eyes were shadowed with exhaustion. Harold grabbed his arm. How is she? The surgeon inhaled slowly. Mr. Finch, she lost a tremendous amount of blood. The bullet tore through the lower abdomen, nicked the iliac artery. Harold's vision blurred. The surgeon continued. We were able to repair the artery. We stopped the internal bleeding. She's stable for now. Harold blinked hard. For now? The surgeon nodded. She's alive, but she's not out of danger. The next 24 hours are critical. Infection, shock, organ stress. Any of these could turn. Harold whispered, Can I see her? The surgeon hesitated, then nodded. One of you, 50 seconds. She needs rest. Harold stepped past him before he finished the sentence.
The recovery room was dim, lit only by a faint monitor glow. Mallory lay pale against the sheets, an oxygen line at her nose, wires tracing her heartbeat across a green screen. Her hair was damp, her skin too cold, her lips colorless. But she was breathing. Harold sank onto the chair beside her. He reached for her hand. It was warm. Tears spilled down his cheeks instantly.
You did it. You held on. Her eyelids fluttered, just slightly. Harold leaned close. I'm here. You're safe. Her fingers twitched against his. Harold? Yes, Mallory, I'm here. Her lips parted weakly. Do you finished it? Harold shook his head. No, we finished it. A tiny smile ghosted across her mouth. Good. She exhaled softly. Not in pain. In peace. Her eyes slipped shut. Harold panicked for a moment. Mallory? But the monitor remained steady. Soft, slow, alive. She was sleeping. Harold bowed his head against her hand and let himself cry. Finally, quietly, freely, for everything they'd survived, everything they'd lost, everything they still had to face. 5 minutes later, back in the corridor, Agent Pierce approached again. Mr. Finch, he said carefully, I know this is a terrible moment, but we need your help. There are things on that drive only you can interpret. Harold nodded slowly. I'll help. Pierce tilted his head. You look like hell. Harold managed the faintest broken smirk. I've had a day. Pierce's expression softened. We're going to make sure none of what happened in Rockford Hollow ever happens again. Harold turned toward the recovery room window. Mallory, breathing gently, lay safe inside. He whispered, It won't. Not after today. But as he said it, as dawn spread pale gold across the hospital floor, he felt the weight of Mallory's earlier words. Blue Sky Museum. A message, a warning, a final thread. Harold's heart tightened, because Angela Reed's story wasn't finished, and Mallory wasn't pointing to the past. She was pointing to something still hidden, still dangerous, still waiting. End.
And as Harold Finch prepared to give the statement that would bring down a dynasty, another truth whispered in the back of his mind. The storm wasn't over. Not yet. Chapter 24. The hospital corridor hummed with the low, constant drone of fluorescent lights. Agents murmured outside conference rooms, nurses wheeled carts, and the receptionist typed steadily behind her glass partition. But none of it touched Harold. His focus narrowed to the 3 words Mallory had whispered before slipping under. Blue Sky Museum. He stood in the hallway outside the recovery room, watching her through the window. Mallory lay sleeping, chest rising in thin, uneven breaths, the IV line pumping life back into her veins. Harold whispered to himself.
What were you trying to tell me? Angela Reed's old internship, the last place she'd been before the night she died, the place Mallory visited earlier that afternoon before meeting Harold. It wasn't a memory, it wasn't delirium. Mallory was pointing him to something inside the museum. Harold clenched his jaw. He needed answers. Agent Pierce emerged from a briefing room, holding a folder stuffed with printed transcripts and photos. "Finch," he called, "we've got rooms set up for full statements. Are you ready to walk us through the drive?" Harold shook his head. "Not yet." Pierce frowned. "This is time-sensitive." Harold stepped closer. "There's something in the State History Museum. Mallory tried to tell me before she lost consciousness." Pierce raised an eyebrow. "What kind of something?" Harold exhaled. "I don't know, but Angela Reed was working there right before she died, and Mallory whispered it for a reason." Pierce studied him for a long moment. Agent Ramirez joined them, arms crossed. "Are you suggesting evidence was hidden at a state-run museum for 30 years?" she asked. Harold nodded. Keene's father had influence everywhere: government boards, funding committees, donors. If they wanted something buried, they could bury it where no one would dare look. Pierce sighed. "Finch, this could be nothing more than a dying girl's rambling." Harold's voice hardened. She wasn't dying. She was warning. The two agents exchanged a look, the kind that spoken words don't carry, but experience does. Ramirez stepped forward first. "Okay, we'll canvass the museum, but you're not going alone." Harold straightened. "I wasn't planning to wait." Lawson, still cuffed but now guarded by two uniformed officers, stepped forward shakily. I can go with him." Pierce scoffed. "No. You're giving a sworn statement, and Finch isn't walking into a state institution with a man who's half responsible for covering up a murder." Harold ignored them all and turned back toward the recovery room window. Mallory's breathing steadied. Her lips moved faintly, like she was whispering in her sleep. He whispered back, "I'll find it, whatever it is." Ramirez tapped Harold's arm. "We're leaving in 15 minutes. "Good," Harold said, and for the first time all night, he turned his back on the hospital.
The State History Museum loomed beneath a gray, bruised morning sky. Rain dripped down marble columns, pooling on the steps. The building was closed, an emergency order issued after federal agents swarmed its archives. Two agents stood outside, holding umbrellas and rifles. Pierce flashed his badge and led Harold up the steps. Inside, the museum felt like a tomb. Dark, cold, empty. Footsteps echoed along polished floors. Pierce asked, "Where did Mallory go when she visited today?" Harold frowned. "She said she was going to follow Angela's last steps. That meant the archives and the blue sky exhibit." Ramirez raised an eyebrow. "Blue sky?" Harold nodded. "It's a forgotten Cold War display. Old propaganda posters, surveillance equipment, weather balloons used for cover stories. Angela did part of her research project there." Pierce gestured down the corridor. "Show us." The blue sky, truth, cover stories, and the Cold War exhibition hall was dark, its neon blue sign flickering weakly above the door. Harold stepped inside first. The room was filled with glass cases, dusty placards, faded documents under soft blue light. Posters lined the walls, warnings about foreign agents, misinformation, deception. Ramirez scanned the room. "What exactly are we looking for?" Harold didn't answer immediately. Something felt wrong, off. Like the room had been disturbed. Several cases were unlocked. One poster hung crooked. Papers scattered across a display table showed signs of being rifled through. Pierce sighed. "Looks like someone beat us here." Harold's chest tightened. "Who?" Ramirez pointed to faint, muddy footprints on the tile floor. There was a struggle. Harold moved closer to one of the exhibits, a glass case containing a large Cold War weather balloon diagram. Something metallic was lodged behind the case in the lining. He knelt, gently pried it loose. A USB drive, old, scratched, smudged with mud. His blood ran cold. Mallory had been here, tonight, before everything. Ramirez crouched beside him. "What is it?" Harold whispered. "It's one of the museum archive keys. They used these in the early 2000s before they upgraded. Angela would have used one of these." Pierce leaned in. "You think Angela hid something here?" Harold shook his head slowly. "No, I think Mallory found something Angela hid." Ramirez pulled on gloves. "Plug it into my reader." Harold watched as Ramirez connected the old drive to a small field reader on her belt. The screen flickered to life. Files appeared. Encrypted directories, folder names in shorthand, date stamps from 1995. Ramirez frowned. Someone has accessed this before, but not recently. The metadata is old. Harold leaned over her shoulder. A folder caught his eye, labeled Skyfall. Confidential. Do not file. His breath caught. Ramirez tapped it. Access denied. Archivist credentials required. Pierce sighed. Of course it's locked. Harold straightened slowly. I can open it. Ramirez raised an eyebrow. You have archivist credentials? Harold nodded. I work here. And he did, quietly, unnoticed, cataloging unimportant things. Until now. Harold reached for the field reader, typed his login, his staff ID, his access key. The directory unlocked. The screen filled with documents, photos, audio transcripts. Pierce leaned over Ramirez. Holy shit. Harold's pulse thundered, because the title at the top of the master document read, Rockford Hollow, Incident Report, Restricted, Prepared for, Mayor Jonathan Keene, Archivist Angela Reed. Harold froze. Ramirez whispered. Angela was documenting the cover-up. Pierce exhaled. Good God. Harold scrolled down. There were photographs of Angela's injuries, of the riverbank, of Halden's bruises, of Marrow's bloody knuckles, and in the margins, Angela's final handwritten notes. Mallory's name appeared. Harold's throat closed. She knew, Harold whispered. She knew they'd come for her. But there was more, much more. Ramirez pointed to the final entry. Harold, look. The last audio file, timestamped the night Angela died. Its title, Skyfall, Final Recording, Angela Reed. Harold felt the room sway. He whispered, Mallory didn't want me to finish the fight. Pierce frowned. What do you mean? Harold closed his eyes. She wanted me to finish Angela's last message. He tapped the file. The audio loaded. Ramirez hit play. Angela Reed's trembling voice filled the empty hall. Weak, frightened, breathing hard, but alive. Harold staggered toward the wall, heart breaking open as her whispered words echoed through the blue-lit room. And as the last seconds played, as Angela told the truth in her own voice, as the recording cut out in a choked gasp, Harold Finch finally understood what Mallory had been trying to tell him. Angela's death wasn't the final secret. It was the beginning. The truth wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. Chapter 26. Morning settled over the capital like a bruise, purple, raw, thinned by breaking storm clouds. The streets around the museum were sealed off with yellow tape and federal vehicles, their blue lights spinning silently in the mist. Harold stepped out into the pale light, the flash drive in his pocket pressed tight against his palm. It felt heavier now, like it carried ghosts. Pierce marched beside him, jaw clenched. Ramirez followed, tapping on a tablet, her eyes scanning the address they'd pulled from the museum files. Dr. Howard Kessler, retired historian, former museum board member, mentor to Angela Reed, the last spider in Keene's old web. Ramirez looked up. He lives 6 minutes from here, she said, a townhouse near the Greenway. Pierce added, Team Alpha is already en route. We'll meet them there. Harold nodded without speaking. Ramirez studied him. Harold, you understand you're not confronting him. We are. Harold didn't answer. She stepped closer, lowering her voice. Finch, you just survived a murder attempt. Your partner is in critical care. Kessler is connected, wealthy, clever. You don't get within 10 feet of him unless we clear it. Harold finally turned to her, eyes exhausted, worn but steady. He killed her. Ramirez exhaled slowly. We don't know that. Harold shook his head. I do. Pierce cut in before the tension rose. Finch stays behind us. That's final. Harold nodded once, but a thought flickered behind his eyes, the same thought that had kept him alive this far. Truth isn't given, it's taken. The townhouse sat at the edge of the greenway, tall windows, ivy climbing the brick, a brass knocker shaped like an owl on the front door. Harold stared at the door. It felt wrong, too quiet, too still, too curated, like a stage set waiting for an audience that would never come. Team Alpha moved silently around the perimeter. 2 agents stood at the door with Pierce and Ramirez. Pierce signaled, knock first, non-violent entry procedure. An agent stepped forward and rapped firmly on the door. Dr. Kessler, FBI, we need to speak with you. No answer. The agent knocked again, harder. Dr. Kessler, open the door. Silence. Pierce nodded. Breach. The team moved forward. Harold took a step. Ramirez blocked him with an arm. Behind me, that wasn't a suggestion. Harold clenched his jaw but stayed back. The battering ram struck the door once. Twice. The lock shattered on the third hit. Agents flooded inside. Pierce and Ramirez followed. Harold stepped in last. Kessler's study was immaculate. Books aligned like soldiers, polished wood floors, a faint aroma of old paper and expensive cologne. But something was missing. Life. Harold's skin prickled. Pierce scanned the room. Clear, an agent called from upstairs. Clear kitchen. Clear basement. Harold frowned. No, he's here. He has to be. His car's outside. Ramirez stepped deeper into the study. That doesn't mean... She froze mid-sentence. Harold moved beside her. On the desk lay a small leather-bound notebook. Old, weathered, edges frayed. Angela's handwriting on the cover. M.R.A.R. archive log. Harold's heart stuttered. Angela's journal. The missing file from the Blue Sky drive. Harold's hand trembled as he reached for it. Pierce grabbed his wrist. No. Evidence protocol. Harold's voice cracked. I don't care about protocol. You will once we prosecute this. Pierce snapped. Harold glared, but pulled his hand away. Ramirez lifted the journal carefully, her gloved fingers steady. He didn't hide this, she said softly. He left it out on purpose. Harold's breath caught. He knew we were coming. Yes, Ramirez said. Pierce added grimly, and he wanted us to find this. Harold swallowed. That means he's not running. Ramirez nodded. A dark realization hung between them. He's waiting. A shout echoed from upstairs. Pierce, you need to see this. They raced up. The master bedroom was immaculate. Bed neatly made, curtains drawn, everything placed with unsettling precision. And at the center, an old man sat at a writing desk, hands folded, back straight, eyes open. Dr. Howard Kessler. Harold gasped. Is he? An agent nodded grimly. He's dead. Kessler's eyes were glassy, his face expressionless. A tumbler of whiskey sat beside his hand. Ramirez examined the glass. No residue, no odor, doesn't look like poison. Pierce leaned close to Kessler's body. Look at his face. No sign of distress. No struggle. Harold whispered. Heart attack? Ramirez shook her head. Kessler had no history of heart issues. Pierce's tone hardened. He knew the walls were closing in. He didn't want to be interrogated. He chose his exit. Harold stared at Kessler's still body. No, this isn't guilt. Ramirez turned. What do you mean? Harold stared at the ledger open on the desk. A list of names, dates, amounts. Cryptic annotations, and a final entry in neat handwriting. I never wanted to do this. But truth is a creature we build cages for. Someone else must carry the key now. Harold whispered. He didn't kill himself out of fear. Ramirez frowned. Then why? Harold stepped closer, reading the final line scrawled in shaky ink. Harold Finch. I'm sorry. Harold inhaled sharply. He did it because he knew I'd come, and he was ashamed. Pierce lowered his voice. That doesn't change what he did. Harold stared at the dead historian's face. No, but it means Angela confronted him before she died. Ramirez's eyes widened. You think? Yes, Harold whispered, and I think her journal explains everything. They returned downstairs to the study. Pierce notified command. Agents photographed the scene. Ramirez set Angela's journal on a clean evidence cloth. Harold, if you want to see what's inside, now is the time. Harold nodded. Read it. Ramirez opened the first page, and Angela's handwriting filled the room. If you're reading this, then I didn't survive. Harold staggered, gripping the desk to steady himself. Ramirez continued. Kessler warned me not to follow the Keene's money trail. He said the truth would drown me. He was right, but I kept going. Harold buried his face in his hands. Ramirez read on. If they're coming for me tonight, it's because I found the final ledger. It wasn't Keene who orchestrated the cover-up. It wasn't Marrow. It was someone else. Harold's breath caught. Pierce leaned forward.
Someone else. Who? Ramirez turned the page. Harold grabbed her wrist. No. Ramirez blinked. What? Harold swallowed. I need to read it first. Pierce frowned. That's protocol. I don't care about protocol. Harold snapped. Harold grabbed the journal with both trembling hands. Pierce began to step forward. Ramirez stopped him, shaking her head. Harold flipped the page. Angela's handwriting grew messier, rushed, panicked. It's not Keene. It's not Marrow. It's not Tate. They're puppets. Harold's hands shook violently. The real architect. The one who has been pulling the strings. Harold turned the page and froze. His voice cracked. No, that's impossible. Ramirez stepped closer. Harold, who is it? Harold lowered the journal slowly. Angela's final revelation stared back at him. And everything Harold had believed about Rockford Hollow, the Keenes, the cover-up, everything, shifted under him like the ground itself had opened. Harold whispered. The real mastermind wasn't any of the Keenes. Ramirez inhaled sharply. Then who? Harold closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were full of horror. Angela wrote, the one they all answer to, the one who paid them, is still alive. Pierce stepped forward urgently. Who is it, Harold? Harold whispered the name. The name Angela Reed died trying to reveal. The name Mallory nearly died for. The name that would shatter everything. He whispered, Dr. Howard Kessler wasn't protecting Keene. Keene was protecting Kessler. Then Harold finished the sentence with a voice full of dread. Angela's killer wasn't afraid of losing a legacy. He was afraid of losing his son. Ramirez froze. His son? Pierce staggered. Harold, don't tell me. Harold whispered the final truth. The real architect is Kessler's son. Ramirez whispered, and he's still out there. Harold nodded slowly, voice hollow. And he's the one who took Angela's life.
And now he knows we're coming. Chapter 27. The room tightened around Harold as the words left his mouth. Kessler's son, the invisible hand behind decades of violence. Ramirez lowered Angela's journal slowly, staring at the ink like it might start burning. Pierce paced once, jaw locking, eyes sharp with a sudden seismic shift. Harold stood trembling in the middle of Kessler's study, Angela's final sentence echoing through his bones. He wasn't protecting Keene. Keene was protecting him, and now Harold forced himself to speak the rest.
Dr. Howard Kessler had a son no one knew about, born in 1972, a ghost on paper. No birth certificate, no school record, only a single name Angela managed to uncover. Pierce stepped forward. What name? Harold swallowed hard. Kyle Sutter. Ramirez blinked. That name means nothing. Harold nodded, trembling. It wasn't supposed to mean anything. That was the point. Kessler hid him behind the Sutter name, his mother's maiden name. Pierce frowned. So who is he now? Harold took a breath that scraped like broken glass. He changed his name, legally, in 2003. Pierce froze. What did he change it to? Harold whispered the truth Angela died for. Kyle Marrow. Silence detonated in the room. Pierce stepped back as if he'd been punched. Ramirez's hand flew to her mouth. Marrow. Marrow the enforcer? Marrow the killer? Marrow the man who nearly drowned you both? Harold nodded. Yes. His real father wasn't a Keene. It wasn't some drifter. It was Dr. Kessler. Ramirez recovered first. So Howard Kessler raised a son off the grid, had him mentored by corrupt officers, funneled money to him through the Keene dynasty, and then used him as an off-book enforcer? Harold whispered. Angela discovered the connection. That's why she died. Pierce's eyes narrowed. But Marrow's dead. You saw him drown. Harold's voice dropped to a whisper. We saw him go under. You think he survived? Pierce pressed. Harold didn't answer. He didn't have to. Because even now, even after everything, Harold felt something he tried to ignore. Marrow never panicked. Not once. Not in the fight. Not when shot. Not when stabbed. Not when dragged under. Marrow fought like a man who'd lived in water. Ramirez steadied herself on the table. No body was recovered. Pierce snapped. Because the river was flooded. We'll search. Harold shook his head. He's not in that river. Ramirez met his eyes. You think he climbed out? I think, Harold said quietly, that Kyle Marrow is the one who came here tonight. Ramirez looked at the muddy footprints on the museum floor. Pierce clenched his teeth. Then we need to find him before he kills someone else. Ramirez swallowed. He took Angela's journal once. He could take it again, or finish what Keene started. Harold's voice hardened. He could go after Mallory. Both agents turned sharply toward him. Pierce, Finch, she's in a secure hospital with armed protection. Harold, you don't understand. Marrow doesn't attack head-on. He stalks. He waits. He makes people feel safe before he tears it away. Ramirez, Harold, she's guarded. Harold stepped forward, voice tightening. He got into the museum, into the blue sky hall. He walked right past your perimeter and took Angela's journal. You think a hospital ward is going to stop him? A terrible silence fell. Pierce reached for his radio immediately. Alpha Command, this is Pierce. Double security on East Hill Medical, Trauma Ward. Lock down all entrances. I want... The radio crackled aggressively. Pierce, be advised. Unidentified male attempted entry through south staff doors. Security engaged. Subject fled into stairwell. Hospital on partial lockdown. Harold's heart slammed against his ribs. No, Mallory. Pierce raised a hand. Harold, wait. But Harold was already running. Down the stairs, out the door, across the wet pavement. Ramirez sprinted after him. Finch, stop. You don't know if it's him. Harold didn't answer. He knew. Every instinct screamed the same truth. Marrow was alive. Marrow was at the hospital. Marrow was hunting Mallory. Harold tore through traffic, soaked by passing cars, lungs burning. His legs threatened to collapse from exhaustion, but fear kept him upright. Fear of losing her. Fear of repeating Angela. Fear of failing twice. Pierce caught up in the FBI vehicle, braking hard beside him. Finch, get in! Harold jumped into the back seat. Ramirez slammed the door. Pierce floored the accelerator. The sirens wailed. Blue lights strobed. The hospital grew in the windshield. A tall glass building glowing against the fading storm. Pierce shouted into the radio. Subject is possibly Marrow. Repeat, Marrow, the river subject. Consider armed and extremely dangerous. Harold leaned forward between the seats. Go to the south entrance, now. Ramirez pointed. There. The south staff doors were shattered inward. Alarms blared. A trail of muddy footprints led inside. Harold's chest constricted. That's him. Pierce slammed the brakes. Go. Harold bolted inside with agents behind him. The hospital smelled of antiseptic and panic. Nurses huddled behind counters. Security guards pointed down the stairwell. Ramirez called out. Where did he go? A trembling nurse pointed upward. Up. He went up, toward surgical. Harold didn't wait. He sprinted up the stairs, 2 at a time, slipping on wet treads, ignoring Pierce's shouts behind him. Every floor blurred past, until trauma surgery. Level 5. Harold burst through the door and froze. The hallway lights flickered. The air felt wrong. Cold. Too cold. And at the far end of the corridor, a man stood. Dripping river water, bleeding from 5 places, face bruised but unreadable. A bandage from Halden's hidden metal shards still stuck to his ribs. Kyle Marrow. Harold whispered. No. Marrow lifted his head slowly. His voice came out calm. Too calm. You took her from me. Harold's skin crawled. What are you talking about? Marrow stepped forward, one slow step at a time. Angela. Harold's breath froze. You killed her, Harold whispered. Marrow shook his head. She was mine to protect, not yours to avenge. Harold felt his throat close. You protected her? You? Marrow stepped closer, eyes dark. I protected her from what my father wanted her to reveal. I couldn't protect her from the Keenes. Harold felt the world twist. You murdered her. Marrow shook his head. I ended her suffering. Halden found her too late. Keene hurt her too much. She begged me. Harold staggered back. No, Angela never. Marrow's jaw twitched. She begged me, and I gave her mercy. Harold felt like the floor fell away. Marrow kept walking. And now, you've taken the only other person who remembered her. Mallory, Harold's heart shattered. You stay away from her. Marrow's voice dropped to a whisper. She's the last piece of her sister. I need to finish what I started. Harold's voice cracked. She's nothing like Angela. Merrow's gaze sharpened. That's where you're wrong. She has Angela's eyes, Angela's fire, Angela's defiance. Merrow took another step. And she'll die just as beautifully. Harold lunged forward. You touch her and I swear. Merrow raised a finger, silenced him. You can't stop fate, Harold. His foot slid forward. He moved toward Mallory's room. Agents finally burst into the corridor behind them. Pierce shouted, Merrow, freeze, hands up now. Merrow didn't even look back. Harold stood between him and Mallory's door. Her door. Merrow stopped inches away. Rainwater dripped from his face. His voice was soft, almost tender. Move, Harold. This ends tonight. Harold's reply was a whisper of pure steel. Yes, it does. Merrow smiled faintly. And you choose death? Harold didn't blink. I choose her. Merrow lunged. Agents fired. The hallway erupted. Chapter 28.
Gunfire tore through the corridor. Muzzle flashes strobed violently across the white hospital walls, carving jagged shadows over Merrow's body as he lunged at Harold with terrifying speed. Harold reacted without thinking. He threw himself sideways, grabbing Merrow's coat, dragging him off balance just as the agent's shots rang out. Merrow twisted, absorbing the movement like a predator dancing through gunfire. A bullet ripped into his shoulder. He barely flinched. Another grazed his ribs. A third shattered glass behind him. Pierce shouted,
Down, Harold, get down! Harold shoved Merrow away and hit the floor hard, pain exploding across his elbows as he crawled toward Mallory's door. Merrow crashed against the wall, his movements jerky but unstoppable, like pain sharpened him. Ramirez yelled, He's still up! He's still up! Merrow pushed off the wall, blood streaming from his shoulder, eyes locked on Harold with a kind of quiet, murderous devotion. Harold scrambled to his feet. Merrow moved first. He charged. Harold braced for impact, but Ramirez tackled him out of the way at the last second. Merrow crashed through the spot where Harold had been standing, snarling, swinging a fist downward so hard it cracked the tile. Get him back! Pierce roared. Agents surged forward. Merrow swung at the nearest one, a brutal, blind strike that sent the agent spinning into a crash cart. Another agent fired. A bullet hit Merrow in the leg. He dropped to one knee, but his eyes never left Harold. His voice came out low, broken, devoted, damned. She begged me, just like Mallory will. Harold's blood went cold. You monster. Merrow lunged again. Harold reached for anything, anything. His fingers brushed a fallen IV stand. He grabbed it, swung. The metal pole smashed into Merrow's injured shoulder. For the first time, Merrow screamed, a wet, human sound. Pierce saw his opening. Take him. Agents piled onto Merrow, tackling him to the floor. Merrow fought like a man possessed, biting, clawing, twisting. 3 agents struggled to hold him. A 4th jammed a knee into his spine. He still pushed up, still tried to rise, still tried to reach Harold. Get off me! Get off! He doesn't deserve her! Let me! Let me! Harold stepped back, chest heaving, hands shaking around the bent IV pole. Merrow locked eyes with him through the pile of bodies restraining him, and smiled. A slow, blood-smeared smile. You failed her, just like you failed Angela. Harold saw red. He moved toward Merrow. Ramirez grabbed his arm. No, Harold, don't. Harold shook free, roaring. The only reason I failed her is because of you. Merrow snarled back. And you will fail Mallory too. Shut up. Pierce shoved his gun against Merrow's skull. Merrow, you move again and I drop you. Do you understand? Merrow spat blood at the floor. Do it. Stand down, Ramirez barked. Harold stepped back, chest heaving. Pierce handcuffed Merrow. 3 sets of cuffs, binding both wrists and ankles. Agents shoved his face into the tile, securing him with knee pressure. Merrow smirked against the floor. That won't hold me. Oh, it'll hold, Pierce growled. You're done. Merrow turned his head enough to look at Harold. You think this ends tonight? Harold glared at him. Yes. Merrow's smile widened. You have no idea what she found. Harold froze. Angela? Merrow shook his head. No, Mallory. Harold felt the world tilt. What are you talking about? Pierce barked. Don't answer him, Finch. Merrow whispered. She knows something Angela didn't. Something my father never told me. Harold's throat tightened. What did she find? Marrow whispered, "She knows why Angela died." Harold snapped, "I already know why." "No." Marrow's voice was soft, almost reverent. "You only know how, not why." Harold took a step forward. Marrow continued, "Because she uncovered the truth." He lifted his head slightly, enough for Harold to see the madness in his eyes. "She was killed because she created it." Harold's skin crawled. "What do you mean?" Marrow smiled faintly. "My father didn't bury the truth. He buried Angela's mistakes." Harold staggered. No, Angela was innocent. She was trying to expose." "She lied, Harold." Marrow's voice softened into something almost pitying. "She lied to all of you." Harold's voice cracked. "You're lying!" Marrow shook his head slowly. "I don't lie," he added with a smirk. "I remove problems." Pierce snapped. "That's enough. Get him out of here." Agents hauled Marrow to his feet. He leaned toward Harold as they dragged him away. "Ask Mallory what she found in the museum basement." Harold froze. Ramirez turned sharply toward him. "The basement?" Harold's breath caught. Angela's final note had mentioned the archive basement, but Mallory had never said she went there, never said a word. Marrow smiled. "Ask her why she hid it from you." Harold lunged, rage boiling, but Ramirez grabbed him hard. "Finch, stop." Marrow laughed as agents dragged him toward the elevator. Harold shook Ramirez off, voice cracking. "Tell me what she found." Marrow didn't turn around. He didn't have to. He spoke loud enough for Harold to hear down the hall. "Ask her who she met." The elevator doors slid shut. Silence swallowed the corridor. Harold's heart slammed against his ribs, breath sharp and shallow. Mallory. The museum basement. Someone she met. Something she found. Something she hid. Ramirez stepped closer. "Harold, we will interrogate him. We'll find out what he means." Harold stared at Mallory's door, shaking. "No, I'm asking her myself." He reached for the door handle. Pierce stepped between him and the door. "Harold, stop." Harold's voice cracked with desperation. "She's awake." "No, she isn't. She's sedated. She won't wake for hours. The surgeons made that clear." Harold froze. His chest tightened painfully. She can't tell me?" "No." Harold's knees weakened. Ramirez softened her voice. "Whatever Mallory found, it can wait." Harold shook his head. No, it can't." Pierce sighed. "We'll get answers." Harold swallowed hard. "Not without me." He stepped away from Mallory's door and leaned against the wall. His whole body shook, exhaustion, adrenaline, grief, fury, blending into something close to collapse. Ramirez spoke quietly. "Harold, Marrow's words were meant to unsettle you." He didn't look at her. He succeeded. Pierce asked softly, "What do you think Mallory found?" Harold whispered, "I think Mallory found the truth Angela died for." He swallowed, "And I think she found something worse." Ramirez frowned. "Worse?" Harold's voice dropped to a whisper. "She found the real reason Kessler killed himself." Pierce blinked. "What reason?" Harold looked at Mallory's door, eyes haunted, voice barely audible. "He wasn't afraid of us." A shiver went through Ramirez. Then who was he afraid of? Harold closed his eyes, opened them, and whispered the words he prayed weren't true. He was afraid of his son.
And his son isn't done yet. Chapter 29. The corridor outside Mallory's room still hummed with fading adrenaline. Bullet casings glittered on the floor. Shattered glass sparkled under the harsh fluorescent lights. Nurses whispered in frightened clusters, and agents moved in coordinated patterns, securing the stairwells, checking ceiling panels, sweeping every inch of level 5. But Harold didn't hear any of it. Marrow's parting words still echoed. "Ask her who she met. Ask her why she hid it from you." The hallway felt colder, tighter, like truth had sucked all the oxygen from the air. Pierce spoke first, voice low. "Harold, look at me." Harold didn't. His eyes were locked on Mallory's door. Pierce stepped closer. "Finch, Mallory is not a suspect. She's a victim." Harold whispered. "I know." Ramirez came to stand beside him. "Then don't let Mara's games twist your thoughts. He wants chaos." Harold shook his head. "This isn't chaos. This is precision." Pierce exhaled. "What do you think she was hiding?" Harold finally looked away from the door. "Whatever it is, Angela died for it. Mallory nearly did."
Ramirez placed a hand on his arm. And you think she found something that could destroy Marrow? Harold's jaw tightened. No, she found something that terrified Kessler, enough for him to kill himself rather than let us find it. Ramirez's voice hardened. Then we find it. Harold nodded. Start with the museum basement, period.
30 minutes later, Harold and the agents arrived back at the State History Museum. Rain whispered across the facade as the storm finally died. The morning sun tried to break through the clouds, painting the sky in streaks of gray and gold. The museum looked peaceful, deceptively peaceful. Ramirez unlocked the front doors. Inside, the gloom swallowed them again. Pierce radioed, "All units, search the basement archives. Weapons ready. Subject may have planted traps." Ramirez glanced at Harold. "You said Angela mentioned the basement?" Harold nodded, pulling Angela's journal from his coat. She wrote, "If what I found is true, the basement will prove it, and it will end me." Ramirez inhaled sharply. "And Mallory went there tonight?" "She must have," Harold said. "She simply didn't tell me." Pierce frowned. "Why the secrecy? Why didn't she mention it?" Harold answered quietly, "Because she didn't want to drag me into something she wasn't sure she understood. She's reckless like her sister, then softer, and brave like her too." They reached the basement stairwell. Cold air drifted upward, carrying dust and something older, something metallic. Ramirez flicked on her torch. "Stay behind us." Harold didn't argue this time. He followed. The basement was labyrinthine, corridors branching off into climate-controlled vaults, old film reels, broken exhibits, forgotten storage rooms. Harold had worked here, years of quiet cataloging, but he had never felt the place like this, heavy, waiting, whispering. Pierce led them through a hallway lined with old lockers. A few were open, contents spilled onto the floor, old plaques, unused signage, dusty posters. Ramirez crouched, examining a fresh footprint, muddy, small shoe size. Harold swallowed. Mallory. They followed the footprints deeper, around a corner, past a rusting elevator shaft, another door, unmarked, reinforced metal. Ramirez tried the handle, locked. Pierce motioned to an agent. "Key it." The agent slid a universal keycard across the reader. Again, Pierce frowned. "What the hell is this?" Harold stepped forward. "I know this door." Ramirez looked at him sharply. "You do?" Harold nodded. "You don't get into this room with a keycard. You need manual clearance." Pierce raised an eyebrow. "What kind of clearance?" Harold placed his hand on the lower panel. A hidden touch plate built into the wall. The lock clicked. Ramirez stared. "How did you—" Harold didn't look at her. "I worked here for 7 years. I cataloged these rooms. This is the Quiet Vault, an unofficial space for broken exhibits too confidential or too controversial to display." Pierce frowned. "So what was Angela doing down here?" Harold took a deep breath. "She was looking for whatever the museum hid that night 30 years ago." Ramirez whispered, "And Mallory found it." Harold pushed the door open. There. The room beyond was small, cramped, filled with old crates, half-broken display cases, obsolete tech. But the footprints led straight to the far corner, to a lone metal crate. Dust swept away around it, lid half open. Harold's pulse hammered. He stepped forward. Ramirez flanked his left. Pierce flanked his right. Harold gripped the lid, lifted it. Inside, a stack of old VHS tapes, dated labels, faded handwriting. But the top one froze the breath in Harold's chest. The label read, "Rockford Hollow, original footage, 1995. Property of Dr. H. Kessler. Do not duplicate." Ramirez whispered, "Oh my God." Pierce exhaled sharply. Kessler kept the original footage, the real footage, the part the Keens buried. Harold's hands trembled. No, Angela kept it, and Kessler hid it. Ramirez asked, "What's on the tape?" Harold stared at it. Angela's journal had hinted about footage. Something she saw. Something that changed everything. His stomach churned. Merrill wasn't afraid of this tape. His voice shook. He didn't even take it. Pierce frowned. "Then why not?" Harold whispered. "Because he already knows what's on it." Ramirez stiffened. "So the only person who doesn't Harold finished the sentence, voice cracking. Is Mallory. Pierce stepped forward. We need to get this digitized immediately. Ramirez agreed. And we need Mallory awake so she can tell us what she saw down here. Harold clenched the VHS tape in both hands. His voice cracked. She was going to tell me. She was just waiting for the right moment. Pierce placed a hand on his shoulder. Finch, you can't blame her. Harold's eyes lowered. I don't. Ramirez asked softly, what do you think she saw? Harold looked around the small vault, at the abandoned tech, the sealed boxes, Angela's ghost in every corner. His voice came out barely above a whisper. She saw something Angela never did. Pierce frowned. And what's that? Harold held up the tape. A truth so dangerous, not even Angela knew she had found it. The tape felt heavy, alive, like it was breathing in his hand. Ramirez glanced around, uneasy. Let's get back upstairs. We'll bring this to the digital team. Harold nodded. But as they turned toward the door, a voice echoed faintly from the shadows behind them. A familiar voice. Weak, raspy, barely there. Harold froze. His heart stopped. He turned. Mallory stood in the doorway, hospital gown, ivy line trailing, eyes heavy with drugs and terror. Ramirez gasped. How did she get here? Pierce whispered. She's not even supposed to be out of bed. Mallory stumbled forward, clutching the doorframe. Her voice trembled.
Harold, don't play it. Harold blinked. What? She whispered again. Don't play the tape. Harold stepped toward her, voice breaking. Mallory, what did you see? Her eyes filled with tears. I saw what happened to Angela. Harold staggered. You saw the truth? Mallory nodded once, shaking, pale, terrified, and she whispered. The tape doesn't show what you think it does. It shows what really happened. Harold felt the world tilt. What happened? Mallory swallowed hard. It wasn't murder. She hesitated. It wasn't Marrow. Her voice broke. It wasn't Keene. Ramirez grabbed Harold's arm. Harold. Wait, Mallory whispered the words that shattered the floor beneath them. It was an accident. Harold shook his head. No, Angela didn't, Mallory sobbed. I saw it. Angela slipped. She hit her head. She drowned. Harold felt the tape slipping from his fingers. Ramirez whispered, Oh my God. Pierce frowned deeply. Then what was the cover-up protecting? Mallory's voice dropped to a whisper so soft it barely existed. They weren't hiding a crime. They were hiding a mistake. Harold staggered back. No, Angela, she, Marrow, Tate, Keene, someone. Mallory stepped forward, tears breaking. Harold, please. Angela's death was an accident. But everything that came after, the cover-up, the threats, the lies, that was real. Harold's world spun. He whispered, Angela didn't die because of what she found? Mallory shook her head. No, she died because she fell. They just turned it into something else. Harold felt his chest collapse, and I spent 30 years hating the wrong people. Mallory caught his hand. No, you hated the right ones, because they turned an accident into a crime. Harold looked at the tape, then at her, and whispered. Then what did Angela discover? Mallory closed her eyes. Tears fell. She discovered who she was meeting that night. Harold's breath hitched. And who was that? Mallory swallowed. Hard. It was... The shadow moved behind her. A soft click echoed. Harold's stomach dropped. Mallory, down! Too late. A gun barrel pressed against the back of Mallory's head. A voice Harold knew far too well whispered through the basement. She was meeting me. Chapter 30. The gun clicked like a whisper made of metal and death. Mallory froze. Harold froze. Ramirez's hand slid toward her holster. Pierce lifted both palms instinctively, eyes tracking the shadows behind Mallory. The voice that emerged was calm, polished. A voice trained to sound trustworthy. A voice that did not belong in a basement full of ghosts. Everyone stay very still. Mallory's knees buckled. Harold caught her by the wrist, holding her upright with trembling strength. Harold's voice cracked. It's... But the figure stepped fully into the torchlight, and Harold's heart plummeted. It wasn't Kessler. It wasn't Marrow. It was a man in a tailored charcoal suit, sleeves rolled just enough to reveal river mud on his cuffs. His hair, once neat, was slicked back with sweat. His eyes, sharp, polite, Political were the same eyes Harold had seen 100 times in local newspaper photos. A man who had shaken his hand at a museum donor gala. A man who had played the grieving child. A man who had publicly condemned his own father's mistakes. Councilman Jacob Kessler, Howard Kessler's younger, legitimate son. Lawson had mentioned him once. Quiet one, never involved. Never involved was the biggest lie of all. Harold whispered, "Jacob." Jacob smiled warmly, like greeting an old friend. "Harold, I'm honestly relieved you made it this far," Ramirez snarled. "Drop the gun, now." Jacob didn't even glance at her. He kept the gun pressed to Mallory's head. And he spoke as if discussing museum budgets. "You misunderstand the entire situation, Agent. I'm not here for violence." He leaned closer behind Mallory. "I'm here for justice." Harold stepped forward instinctively. "Let her go." Jacob tilted his head. "After all these years, Harold, after all your grief, don't you want the truth?" Harold's voice shook. "I already know the truth." Jacob smiled widely. "No, you know one truth, the one we allowed." He pulled Mallory closer, her breath shaking, her hospital gown soaked at the collar with cold sweat. Jacob looked at her with a strange pity. "She wasn't supposed to see the tapes," Mallory whispered. You were there." Jacob nodded. "Of course, my father kept everything." Angela wasn't alone that night. Harold lunged forward. Ramirez grabbed him hard. "Finch, don't!" Jacob laughed softly. "Always the hero, Harold. Just like Halden. He died for nothing, too." Harold's entire body trembled. "What did you do?" Jacob raised a finger politely. "No interruptions. Let me clarify the real history, since you've all been chasing the wrong villain." He pointed the gun toward the open crate and the VHS tape inside. "That tape doesn't show Marrow killing Angela. He couldn't. He arrived too late, after she fell." Ramirez hissed, "And you just happened to be there?" "Oh yes," Jacob said brightly. "I invited her." Harold's heart stopped. "You invited Angela to the river?" Jacob shrugged. "She discovered my father's illegal research fund. She wanted to expose it. I offered to talk her down, a private meeting, a chance to fix things quietly." Harold's breath turned to knives. "You lured her." Jacob smiled sadly. "She slipped, hit her head on the rocks. She drowned before I could reach her. I tried to pull her out. Marrow arrived moments later." Harold roared, "You're lying." "No," Jacob said calmly. "Marrow tried to save her. He failed, and then he begged my father not to bury the truth. But father understood politics. The death of a teenage girl, tied to a corrupt public official, it would have ended everything. So he hid it. And Marrow helped because he blamed himself." Harold staggered back like he'd been shot. Jacob continued quietly. "This wasn't murder by intent. It was cowardice, and panic, and legacy." He looked directly at Harold. "And now you're holding the tape that proves it." Pierce stepped forward. "Put the gun down. You're finished." Jacob chuckled. "Finished? I'm the clean one, Agent. My father is dead. Marrow is in chains. The Keens are gone. Tate is gone. I'm the only one left who can frame the narrative." Harold whispered, "And Mallory?" Jacob's expression turned cold. "She's a witness, like Angela was." Harold lunged again. Jacob cocked the gun. "Move one more step, and she dies exactly where her sister did, because of her own stubbornness." Mallory sobbed quietly. Harold's voice cracked, raw and broken. "Jacob, please, please don't hurt her." Jacob leaned his cheek against Mallory's hair. "I won't. Beat. Not if you give me the tape." Harold stared in horror. "You want me to destroy the evidence?" "No. I want you to hand it to me. You've done your part, Harold. You made the noise. You kicked the nest. Now let me finish." Harold clutched the VHS tape. The truth. The real truth. The one Angela died for. The one that didn't show murder, but did show cowardice, corruption, and the catalyst of everything that followed. Ramirez whispered, "Harold, don't." Jacob tightened the gun. Mallory gasped. Harold stepped forward and placed the tape on the floor. Jacob's eyes brightened. "That's it. Good man." He shifted slightly to reach for it. Mallory whispered, "Harold, don't let him win." That shattered something deep in Harold's chest. Jacob crouched, slightly behind Mallory, gun still aimed, arm extended. Harold looked at Mallory, at her trembling lips, her bruised skin, her exhausted courage. He remembered her whisper from the hospital bed, "Stay alive," and Angela's from the tape, "Don't let them win." Harold's voice came out steady, unshakable. "I'm not giving it to you." Jacob froze mid-reach. "Excuse me?" Harold stepped forward, the tape still at his feet, his eyes locked on Mallory. "You don't get this. You don't get her. Not anymore." Jacob's mask slipped. "You think I won't shoot her?" Harold whispered, "I think you're your father's son, and like him, you're terrified of consequences." Jacob snarled. He pressed the gun harder against Mallory's skull, and Harold moved. He didn't think, didn't plan, didn't breathe. He dove sideways, grabbed the metal crate, and threw it with everything he had. The crate smashed into Jacob's gun arm. The gun discharged. The bullets slamming harmlessly into the ceiling. Ramirez fired. Pierce fired. 2 controlled shots. Jacob staggered, blood blooming across his shoulder, gun clattering to the floor. Mallory collapsed into Harold's arms, sobbing. Jacob fell backward against a wooden display stand, sliding down it. Pierce kicked the gun away and cuffed him as he bled. Jacob spat toward Harold. "You ruined everything. Everything." Harold held Mallory close. "No, Jacob, we finished it." Jacob's voice broke. "You think the truth will save you?" "It never saved Angela," Harold whispered. "It will save Mallory." Jacob laughed once, a weak, ugly sound. "She'll never forgive you when she sees what's really on that tape." Mallory clutched Harold's shirt tighter, trembling. Harold whispered into her hair, "You don't ever have to watch it." Mallory whispered, "I already did." Harold froze. Mallory lifted her head, eyes red, tired, full of truth. "I watched it down here, before Marrow came, before everything." Harold swallowed. "What did you see?" Mallory looked at Jacob bleeding on the floor, then at Harold, and whispered, "I saw Angela slip. I saw her fall. And I saw them twist her accident into a story that destroyed you, that destroyed all of us, because the truth wasn't ugly enough for them." Harold held her tight. "I'm so sorry." She nodded weakly. "I know." Jacob groaned, losing consciousness. Ramirez signaled for medics. Pierce secured the scene. Agents swarmed the room. Harold rested his forehead against Mallory's. "You're safe now." She closed her eyes. "Because of you." Harold kissed her hair. Outside, dawn finally broke, warm, gentle light spilling across the museum's forgotten basement. The truth no longer hidden, no longer twisted, no longer theirs to manipulate. Harold whispered. "It's over, Mallory," she breathed out softly. "Then let's go home."
And as agents dragged Jacob Kessler away, bleeding, defeated, legacy shattered, Harold Finch held Mallory Reed upright, surrounded by the ghosts they had finally laid to rest. Epilogue. Dawn settled softly over Rockford Hollow, a long-awaited warmth washing away the storm's final shadows. The museum was sealed by federal tape, the news vans forming their familiar swarm, hungry for angles they didn't yet understand. But the world moved without Harold Finch for once, because Harold wasn't giving statements. He wasn't answering questions. He wasn't standing before microphones. He was at East Hill Medical Center, sitting beside Mallory Reed's bed, her hand warm in his. Mallory lay propped slightly upright, pale but awake, her breathing steady. Her wound had been cleaned, stitched, stabilized. Painkillers kept her in a gentle haze, but her eyes were clear when she looked at him. Harold brushed a strand of hair from her cheek.
"You scared the hell out of me." Mallory managed a faint smirk. "You're welcome." He laughed, the sound breaking with exhaustion. Ramirez stepped quietly into the room, holding a clipboard. She paused at the sight of them, hands clasped, heads close, and softened her tone. "Harold, Mallory, the DA just confirmed. Jacob Kessler will be charged with conspiracy, obstruction, evidence tampering, and accessory to multiple felonies." Mallory nodded weakly. "And Marrow," Ramirez exhaled. "He's refusing to cooperate. But we have more than enough to bury him. He won't see daylight again." Harold lowered his gaze. "And Kessler Sr.?" Ramirez hesitated. His suicide note corroborates the journal. He protected his sons, not himself. A heavy silence washed through the room. Mallory whispered, "The truth isn't what we thought." Ramirez nodded. "No, but it's out now. And you both made that possible." She placed the clipboard on the counter. "I'll give you two a moment." When she left, Harold pulled his chair closer. Mallory stared at the hospital blanket, voice trembling. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Angela wasn't supposed to die scared, alone. Harold nodded. She didn't die because she was weak. She died because she was strong. Mallory's eyes glistened. "You always believed that?" Harold squeezed her hand gently. "I believe it more now than ever." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "Thank you for not giving up, even when the truth wasn't what you wanted." Harold closed his eyes. "It's what Angela wanted, what you deserved." Mallory let out a long, shaky breath. "When everything started, I thought the worst thing was not knowing what happened to her." Harold waited. Mallory continued, voice soft, "But now, I think the worst was believing I had to face it alone." Harold cupped her cheek, lifting her gaze to his. "You're not alone, not anymore." Her eyes softened. "You promise?" Harold smiled faintly. "I promise." A quiet knock sounded on the door. Lawson stepped inside, cuffed, flanked by two officers, but calmer than Harold had ever seen him. His eyes were red, guilt etched deep. Harold stiffened. Mallory looked up. Lawson spoke first. "I just wanted to say, I'm leaving tonight. Witness protection, new identity, new life." Mallory nodded gently. "You did the right thing in the end." Lawson shook his head. "I should have done it sooner." Harold didn't answer. But there was something in Lawson's eyes he hadn't seen before. Remorse. Real, unvarnished remorse. Lawson swallowed hard. "Harold, I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make peace with what I let happen. I don't expect forgiveness. But thank you for giving me the chance to try." Harold nodded once. "Good luck, Lawson." Lawson nodded back, voice cracking. "You too." He turned to Mallory. "And thank you for surviving." Officers led him away. Mallory watched him disappear down the hall, thoughtful. Harold whispered, "How do you feel?" Mallory shifted slightly, wincing. "Lighter, like everything stopped pulling me under. Like I can breathe again." Harold smiled. "That's the truth working its way in." Mallory looked at him. "Harold, what about you? You've been carrying this weight longer than any of us." He inhaled, exhaled. "For the first time in 3 decades, I feel like I finally put Angela to rest." Mallory reached for his hand. "And what about you? What now?" Harold looked out the window as morning spilled gold over the city. "I don't know," he admitted. "But whatever it is, I think I want to face it with you." Mallory squeezed his hand. "Good. Because when I get out of here, I'm not letting you disappear back into dusty museum shelves." Harold laughed softly. "You never met me in those shelves." "Exactly," Mallory smiled. "And look what we found." Harold leaned his forehead against hers. A moment of peace. A moment of healing. A moment neither of them ever thought they'd earn. Outside, the storm was gone. Inside, the truth had finally settled. And for the first time since Angela Reed's death, Rockford Hollow felt still, safe. In the quiet of that hospital room, 2 survivors held together by truth, grief, and impossible resilience. Harold Finch finally understood what Angela had whispered in her final recording. Don't let them win. He hadn't. They hadn't. And for the first time in 30 years, Harold Finch had found something worth keeping. What he found wasn't vengeance, or justice, or absolution. It was Mallory, alive, safe, and finally free. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this story, please support me by subscribing to mylisteninglibrary.com.